Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember Diala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right, thank you. Phil, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence? So we're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence.
Flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Phil, for being a good sport. And the only item of business on this study session is to have a discussion regarding a potential bond measure for new city facilities and potential rehabilitation of existing facilities. Lane, do you want to open this up? Kind of frame it for us, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Ultimately, what we want direction, or what we need direction from council, is we have a deadline on August 7th to put, if we're going to put a measure on the ballot. And so we need direction from council tonight on if we want to put a measure on the ballot, and if so, what's the dollar amount and what are the facilities that we want to include in that measure. And then on the staff will work on it so that on August 7th, we will have that language together. Again, doesn't mean that August 7th you can't give additional direction, but it would help tonight if we could kind of consolidate and say this is the dollar amount if we want to move forward with the election and what facilities. And we still have time if we want to schedule another study session next Tuesday. That is potentially open if we want to do that. So if we don't get consensus or we have other questions that we need answered, we can certainly schedule another meeting next Tuesday on the 30th.
Okay, so I think the plan is to have a presentation, but this time, instead of starting with our city manager, we're going to start with our police chief, Randy Hopkins, because he was not able to give his portion of the presentation that was just finished. Thank you, Randy, for being here.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. All right. So I've been told I had 5 minutes, so I'll try and stick to that. My presentation will be at a high 40,000 foot perspective, but then at the end, obviously, I'll try and answer any questions that you have for me. So the goal of my presentation is to simply provide you with an overview of why I think we need a new police facility. So the urgency evolves around a couple of things. Primarily, our building is approximately 30 years old. My estimation is that we moved into that infrastructure around 1993. So we're around 31 years of age for that facility. And we believe that a new facility, next slide, I'm sorry. I guess. We believe that a new facility will allow us to do a couple of things. It will allow us to be more lean, operational efficiency, improve our response times, and also foster, most importantly, a stronger relationship with our community. So a couple key points to talk about. A centralized location, which we have talked about various locations that we won't get into tonight, but know that wherever we are strategically located, we believe that will also give us an opportunity to respond quicker to anywhere in the city that needs our services. Or enhanced mobility, obviously, also will give us a more secure facility for our parking. Right now, we're cramped, or the parking lot is owned by someone else. We lease that property. Our cars are pretty much cramped within that space. Responding out of that unit or out of that parking lot requires that we park in a certain way so that we can at least minimize getting into our vehicles and moving and turning around that short radius to then exit a gate, which again just slows us down. A different structure will enhance and improve that timeline for us. Also, we believe also that the building, the way that it's designed currently that we're in, We are currently on the bottom level, which is the basement, and then also the top floor with the fire department on the second floor. Depending on where you are, depending on when a call comes out, it could take you 2 minutes just to, if your car is in the upper lot or the lower lot, to respond and get out of the building to your car and then respond. Again, a more efficient building would allow us to just cut that time down. With us, minutes matter, as with fire. Some of the on-site amenities, resources like a gym, locker rooms, and briefing rooms would keep our officers ready to respond. Currently, our restrooms are pretty outdated. If you've seen some of the photos, you have the nice pink tile from 30 years ago still in place. Some of the old fixtures are still in place. We only have 2 restrooms per floor for just our staff alone. That's 40 people, not counting fire department. Which again is inadequate for our size. We're growing. If you go into our facility and move around, you'll see that we have encroached into every area corner that we could possibly use as a space, and it's just not enough for us to maneuver around. Some of the advanced training facilities, one of the nicer things that a new facility will provide for us is that we don't have a large meeting room to meet with our community. Every facility or police department that I know of has a large meeting room to meet with its community, have functions, ceremonies, joint meetings, whatever the need is. We don't have a space to meet with anyone in our facility because the space does not exist. And a new facility would allow us to do that and build those bonds even more so. Equipment storage is also a huge challenge for us. Right now we have SWAT equipment that we were fortunate to gain from a grant. It's called the Bearcat, it's an armored vehicle. It's our equipment. However, we do not have a facility to house it. It needs to be indoors because of the environmental seesaw area is very corrosive for the metal, and it can compromise the bullet resistant windows and all of that. And so we're fighting that. So right now, another facility is housing that vehicle, which again, if we need it, we have to respond out of city to commandeer that vehicle and then drive it back. Again, response times matter. A joint training and a community briefing room. Again, I go back to saying that that's just needed because it allows us to have those meetings, which we do not currently have. All right. Another aspect of it is the interview and interrogation rooms. We have on our lower level a room where we would use if we had someone in custody. It's one room. We have another room that's just not functional because it's outdated and we can't update it because it would cost an enormous amount of money. So now we just have one room in that capacity. If we had more, a male and a female, or more than one arrest, we're going to have to get creative, determine what we're going to do if we're going to have multiple arrests in our facility, which again, a new facility would solve for us very quickly. Modernized booking room. We have a booking room, but it's not modernized, and it's just a makeshift that we have maintained over the years, and a new facility will allow us to do that. Also, if we have someone in custody, it used to be, I guess, an original design. We had a sally port, which is where a security area where the officers would come in with an arrest. They would close that door, then they would get the person under arrest out and walk them securely through to the booking room. Currently, that space is now the sally port for the fire trucks. And so we had to move over into a different area and reconfigure the area. And so whenever we have an arrest, they walk through our office areas where officers are writing reports, or eating lunch, to go to the booking room. Again, we've outgrown the space. Also, evidence and property room. We've definitely outgrown that space. Originally, we had a hood area that allowed us to process evidence in-house. We had to, due to growth in recovering items over years, guns and other things, we've had to remove that equipment, and now we outsource. When we have processing needs, we outsource that at a cost because we had to use that space for other things. A new facility would allow us to recapture that space and those capabilities and reduce our costs in that regard. Our office space, again, we have watch commander that is there with sergeants, and they oversee the officers that are out on patrol. We have one office, and they have one desk that all the sergeants and the corporals share. One desk for 5 people sharing in one office. And also, the walls are very thin, so there's no way to have a coaching, mentoring conversation with your staff, because whoever's in the report writing room to the right or another room on the left, which is the commander, they're going to hear every conversation that you have. So again, that's because of the dated facility that we have, but those are the things that a new station would solve for us. All right. Yeah. Again, I talked about the parking lot limitations, so I won't go into that again. Shared facilities with the fire department. We love our fire partners, but as the fire chief said, we're busting at the seams. As they're advancing and growing, so are we. We're extremely excited about our community, the housing, and all the businesses that are coming in, but we need to grow with that. But there's no space for our officers. Currently, in our facilities, again, the locker rooms are shared with fire department. And right now we've hired a couple of our police officers. There's no lockers for them because we're out of space. The locker room is only so big and it's at its capacity. For women, we have 3 women and we have 4 lockers. So we can accommodate 1 more. That's about it. Again, we're outdated and we need to grow, and we need the size and the space for that. And a new station would do that for us. We have talked about the modernization of the infrastructure, and there's been conversations about earthquake resistant and all of that, and I understand that. But again, also our issue is not only that; it's just the size of where we are. We have outgrown the facility with equipment and personnel, and there's no room for us to grow with our city. Our city is going to grow, and we want that, and we encourage that. But with that, our response times are going to increase, as they have already. Actually, since I've been here over the last 5 months, there's been an uptick in our calls for service. And the officers are excited. They step up to the plate. And as we bring on more officers and have filled these vacancies, we need to be able to put them in a modern facility to where they're not on top of themselves. Yeah. Enhanced technology and integration. Again, a new facility will allow us to have more advanced technology, will allow us to put in better ways of using the technology with our body cams, our in-car cameras that we're hoping to bring online here soon. And also grant funding opportunities. When you apply for grants for various things, whether it's a new armored vehicle or just whatever it is, the one thing that they ask is to make sure that, 1, you can safely secure that equipment, and 2, that you have the storage space for it. We don't. And so that prohibits us right now from applying for any future grants. And there are a lot of grants opportunities out there that we can't really tap into just because we need more space. Also, improved safety for children and our officers. Currently, one of the functions that we perform is registering sex offenders. And it's a law that they have to register themselves. And then we also have administrative functions that we conduct with them. As you know, we're situated here where there's a park out front. So there's children always there from sun up to sunset, Monday through Friday, but a sex offender cannot be in contact with them, and we don't want them being in contact with them. So we make arrangements for them to come around to the back of our facility, which now is a restricted area. So now we're compromising our restricted area just because we're going, okay, which of the lesser of the 2 evils do we want to go? And so we go that route. A new facility will also eliminate that for us as well. ADA compliance, we've talked about that, but the main thing I'll just say with that is our facility is ADA compliant, but obviously we're talking about future proofing. So as with a new facility, as we all know, codes and state laws will change and become more advanced. A newer facility will allow us to be in a better position to make those adjustments at a lower cost, because it'll at least be up to current code, and any adjustments will be minimal in cost, if at all. So last, in summary, again, we believe that a new police facility is needed for a variety of reasons that I mentioned. The new station will allow us to be more operational efficient. Morale will increase, mental wellness will also increase. We'll be able to build a stronger and safer bonds with our community, which we love and are honored to serve. And as well as we also will be able to apply for grants, meet those technology needs and capabilities that we want to continue to grow and advance with and bring on board. And that's all I have for now. And I'll entertain any questions or if I can.
All right. Thank you, Randy.
Sure.
Chief. So as we did before, now that we have a completed presentation by our department director here, the police chief, we'll go out to the public. This round, different than the first round, we'll also go to city council after the public before we get to our next speaker presentation. So at this time, anyone in this room who's present in person, if you'd like to ask any questions or make any comments, come on up to this microphone, and then we'll get a response to your comment or question.
Good evening, mayors and council members. I have a couple of questions. I wish that the police department does a deployment and analysis similar to the fire department, because how you want to convince the property owner to pay for the new police station near Imaging California Avenue when I get longer response time? So if I live in by Windy Hill or Koski Drive or Lakewood, and you tell us, okay, you pay $30 a month now for 30 years, and the police will get to you probably 2 or 4 minutes later. How you to collect? I probably favor 2 stations that will be shown by a deployment analysis. Do it right. Instead you put all the money one here, and all the people up north take longer service. No way you can convince them to vote for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. So Chief Hopkins, and maybe our city manager, if needed, have we done or will we do a deployment analysis? And what is the plan for the future to cover the city adequately, both south and north?
Sure. No, that's a great question. As the city grows, there is a ratio that you want to have for a police department per 100 or 1,000 per of your residents in the city. We currently track our response times. We are looking at one of the things that I have just put in place is with our CAD and records management system is trying to get those 2 technology devices to work and give us some better analytics, if you will. So I should have that information. To that point, that question is already being studied. I should have some data on that as soon as we can work through some of the technological challenges with our vendors, but that is underway. I will say that we're somewhat different in our mobility than the fire department, in that our officers are not always in the station. So they're out at any given time at all ends and sectors of our city, just because they're responding to numerous calls, and that puts them in those different areas throughout the day, as well as when they're not on calls, they're responding to certain areas of concern that we're already tracking and looking into. So the coverage is going to be pretty decent in terms of just our mobility. The problem comes into if we have multiple calls coming in. We also respond with fire on medical calls for safety purposes. Sometimes it'll be our call first that then turns into a medical call, and we'll call them, and then we're still there. We have to take someone to the county jail, then that takes an officer out of the mix, and then we have to call for another city to come over and assist us. So we're constantly roving and moving around. So it's not apples to oranges in terms of if we build another station, then someone's time will be decreased or increased. We track that pretty, we try to respond within a matter of 3 to 5 minutes anyway. And that's been the norm. But as soon as I get the technology in place, I can give you hard data on that. But intuitively, what I listen to the air, I can tell you that the response time should not suffer.
Yeah, and the only other thing I'd add to it is, as we look at potential locations, we are definitely looking at our response times for police and fire both. And so that is a factor that we'll be looking at as we look at the different locations. And also on our work program this year is we will be bringing in an outside consultant to look at our whole police department service levels and things that we need to do and ideas to improve and modernize in the future. And so that is on our work program and all very funded.
Okay, so if that soon to happen police study is done, will that be similar to what study has already been done for the fire department?
Yes.
It's kind of like department needs, where do we stand, where are our gaps, and how can we try to fill those gaps?
Correct. Exactly.
Okay, anyone else present who has a question they want to come up and ask regarding the police presentation?
Never thought I'd say this, but my name is Robert Dodson, and never thought I'd say this, but Marina is a beautiful place to live, and I think there are going to be police officers and other people professionals want to live here too. And having a better facility where they could serve and be attractive for possible applicants, but also I think it'll reduce attrition because people move to places that are better. So why can't we have a better police facility which would house, which would attract, but also serve the community as well, especially if citizens like myself can come to the police station or department and have a community involvement, some interaction where police can, express things and hear particular questions and answer things that build a community relationship. It just seems to me, it just makes sense to have a better facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in person that would like to make any comment on the police presentation at this time? Okay, let's go online to Mia Nguyen. Hello, Mia, and good evening. I don't have my computer set up yet, Doug. Can you? I'm sorry. Please be patient, Mia. We're getting going here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mia.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to say thank you to the police officers and their important work in keeping us safe. I think, their work is really important. My question is, how many officers are on the road during the day versus in the office? I know that from a office space, there are a lot of companies that are kind of moving towards the rent a space where you don't have a permanent desk and you're just basically renting a space whenever you need it. So my question is, would that be a consideration where we can reset up the offices so that it can accommodate those office rental spaces for the officers that are indeed in the office? Then the second question I have is, as far as the gym is concerned, do we offer our officers, discounted or free gym memberships to the gyms that are in the area? And would that be another alternative solution? I think that's the main questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. Go ahead, Chief Hopkins, if you'd like to answer that. First one was number of officers of street patrol versus office.
Sure. No, great questions. Thank you for that. So first, I would say the way, again, that we're designed for our mobility and quick response is that we will have officers. We encourage our officers not to be in the station as much as possible because we want them out in the community, being visible, interacting with their business and our community. But there are times that they simply have to come into the station, whether it's to process an arrest or to recover evidence. So there are needs and times that they have to be in the station. But for the most part, they're always out in the field, in the community in some form or capacity. In terms of the gym, we have gym equipment at one of our facilities, but that was one of the points I was trying to emphasize was that it's at a separate facility. It's not in our headquarters. And so if someone goes to work out, they're at an off-site facility. There's no showers there. So that means they have to work out, come back, shower, and then get dressed again. And again, if most modern facilities will have a gym in-house where all that can be taken care of. And if there's a need, they can quickly shower, get dressed, and be mobilized as we need them.
So currently, do we offer gym membership discounts?
We have not. We did acquire a grant, and through that grant, we are processing memberships for them for, I think it's a year or 2 years. And so we were able to do that, but that's kind of a unique opportunity once that expires. I know there's been conversations about possibly other funding mechanisms for that, but right now we do have that in place.
Okay. Can you address the potential for renting desk spaces as an alternative?
Yeah, again, so because every piece of equipment that we use, it has to be protected by Department of Justice, and so it's not like we can just plop a laptop down or set up shop somewhere else. Our cars are pretty robust in terms of technology, and we're looking to make that even more so. But again, there are times where they will just have to be in the station, recovering evidence, processing arrest. There are certain types of reports that can only be done at a laptop in a secure facility in our police station. And I know some of the sites that we have are, again, strategically located, which will allow us to conduct that business and then get back out into our community and interact with them.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Now let's go back online. Anyone else like to raise your hand if you're participating remotely? We'll give you another moment to raise your hand. Let's go first to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I recently went on a ride-along on a Saturday evening, and it was very eye-opening. So I would encourage my colleagues or the public to experience that. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the competitiveness of recruiting new officers, retention, and how sort of like outdated facilities, technology, all of that plays into that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for coming out on the ride along. Glad you had a great time, and the officers certainly enjoyed your time with them. In terms of recruiting, retention, and outdated facilities or equipment, as with any prospective employee or employer, they're sizing us up as we are them. We want the top, best minds that are out there, but they also want to come work in a modern, advanced, forward-leaning police department. And so, although I think we have the best police department in this area, I would argue that hands down from what I've seen. I'm very proud and blessed to be here. There's some work to be done with our facility, as we've been talking about. And so for those that are looking for competitive salaries, I think we're good in that respect. We're holding our own. But in terms of our facilities, there's work to be done. And so that does make a difference for them when they're looking to move to a new location. If they have to relocate, if they're not in the peninsula and they have to consider that drive, they want to know what are schools like, how much is it going to cost me to live there, and then what's the culture of the police department, what kind of technology do they have, what's the leadership like, and all of those things are lining up except for our infrastructure of our building. And that does matter if equipment continues to break, or if the facilities are just not zen enough for you. You know, it just doesn't keep you in a good place mentally as you're dealing with a lot of high stress events throughout the day. And so a new facility will resolve a plethora of those issues in terms of the lighting, the modernization, the technology, using the technology to make their work and their reports shorter, more concise, and allowing them to get back on the field. So those are some of the things that we're driving as the leadership of our agency, and a new police department will allow us to house those components and drive it forward, and also make us more attractive to those that are also considering career changes. We want them. Sure.
Anything else, Councilmember?
I just sort of a follow-up to that. I mean, obviously it will take time to build a new facility, right? So let's say 3 to 5 years, during that time. And my understanding is it's very competitive. There's $10,000 sign-on bonuses, $25,000 sign-on bonuses, down payment programs. I mean, it's very challenging. It's very competitive. So until that time, I mean, do you think that knowing that a new facility is coming, will that boost morale? Will that be enticing when you're recruiting?
I do. I think that's a very valid point. One of the attractions that we use to promote our department is the growth of our city, how exciting that is. The new businesses that are coming in, the new houses that are going up, the infrastructure that we're building, the excitement around the downtown and all the other areas, the things that we have. There's a lot of great and fantastic things that are buzzing about our city. And so we want them to also be considering us as a premier law enforcement agency that they want to come, retire, and live within. And so I think that does have a huge difference, just knowing that in addition to all the other growth and advancement that's going, that we will also be invested in as a police department and with a new facility, and that they want to be a part of that. Yeah.
Thank you both. Let's go to Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How old is our current building?
I had 31 years. My stat was 1993, which makes it 31 years old this year.
Okay. And that wasn't, this is one of the few permanent structures that we built, right? As opposed to all the portable units that we've actually been in for more than 31 years, right? So it was a permanent structure.
Correct.
Your report was fantastic. And I was really appalled by some of the things that you're saying, really shocking to me, that the inadequacy, complete inadequacy of our police infrastructure. And I will tell you the things that stick out for me. I'm appalled that we have to accommodate sex offenders because we're right near a community center, and that we have to accommodate them by having, also in the booking areas, having them walk through our confidential office areas. This is not, this is so shocking to me. I'm really sorry that this is what we've had to struggle with and maintain, and that we have valuable equipment that we have nowhere to store. I mean, so when we need this equipment because we paid for it and we got it, but we can't use it. And when I think that we could possibly lose 2 minutes of response time because we're maneuvering in a small parking lot for the response vehicles. These conditions are completely unacceptable. I hadn't realized it until you were bringing this up in this report. So thank you very much. And I apologize really for the kind of environment that our police and fire have had to endure all of these times. I have a question about what is the average space requirement for a department with our kind of numbers of personnel now? So like if you looked at an average of other police stations with, you said 40 personnel? Like
Yes.
What kind of space are we supposed to have?
Yeah, I think the chart over there, thank you for that, by the way. I think the chart over there indicates that we're at 500 or 5,000.
We're off the chart.
Yeah.
R&D, when they make their presentation, they'll talk about that.
Right.
But to answer your question, we're so low, we're off the chart on the low end. So we're not even on the chart.
Right.
Do we have a document that says our current police square footage and our our desired square footage that would make us adequate. Can you give us those two numbers? What are the two numbers?
5,000 square feet, and the initial needs assessment, which is based on initial conversations, is at 13,000.
Okay, so we're at 5,000 square feet now for police. And the best estimate we have available to us is that 13,000 square feet would be adequate. So 5,000 versus 13,000.
And I would say we feel that. That feels right.
Right, and you'd be already outdated the minute you move into the new facility, probably. Okay, and now I know we're talking about this police studies to look at, this response times and stuff, but I think that that shouldn't hold us up, correct? I mean, we're not going to now delay a decision about the bond measure simply because we don't have the study that the fire department has. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Because the compelling reasons already, if somebody needs your response times when we already have such evidence that this is wholly inadequate, I don't want us to hang around and ask you to do more work when it doesn't matter, in my opinion. And that even if some areas are going to experience a slight decline in response time because we're building at a new place. And unless we say, do the taxpayers wish to have us ask for 2 police stations? At least one adequate structure is far better than having, so we can't complain about that and then say that, well, we need 2 stations. We're lucky if we can get the public to vote for at least one adequate station. So to me, the response time is not as relevant, and that we should not be held back because of that study. So we're not doing that, right? Even if it takes you 2 months, we have to make a decision before that.
I agree 100%. Yeah, the study is kind of to the side. It will solidify what we already know in terms of maybe what our staffing needs should be based on the projections of the city growth. And it will help us in that area, as well as maybe some other considerations of technology needs to think about. But we're all over that right now. We're already thinking
Right.
in terms of that, forecasting 5, 10, 15, 20 years out. We're already having those conversations internally.
Thank you. Yeah, because I think the fire study took several months. I mean, it wasn't done in 2 months for
Right.
sure.
It takes a while.
Yeah, if you're going to do a good job with
Mhm.
it. So, okay, thank you very, very
My
much.
pleasure. Right.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Chief.
Thank you.
Anybody who has been in the police station, who has toured it, the police and fire station, will agree that it's totally not large enough.
Mhm.
And I would like just to focus on one thing that I noticed and I spoke with you about in the Netherlands more than 30 years ago. I only had one experience going into the police office, but it was for an interview, and I was not suspected of any wrongdoing. Not that that makes any difference, but what they did there then, and I don't know if that's common in the United States in newer facilities, they had a room that was furnished like a living room. Sofa, instead of having a desk,
Mhm.
you're sitting. It's already intimidating enough being called into the station. So I don't know if that's common in the United States and if you would be open to something like that. And this is clearly something that would need to be discussed with an architect. There will be the needs and the wishes. So I assume that's common here as well, that anybody who's having a facility built, you have a list, or if you have several lists that will be discussed with the architect.
Sure. What you're describing is very common. I've been doing this for a few years now, and some of the other agencies have what's called a comm room. They have them for dispatchers. They have them for officers. It's about wellness, mental wellness, and it's less intimidating. It's also an area if you bring an unfortunate victim of a sex crime or something into your facility, you can take them into that room. That's not intimidating. It's not a cold interrogation room. It's more inviting, and you can have them more personal with empathetic conversation in an environment that's inviting as well.
Yeah, and
you can have
especially if you ever need to interview children,
Yes.
you don't want a child to be
Yes.
in a room
Absolutely.
like that. So thank you. That's just one of the very many, I hope,
Yes.
improvements that can be made in a new facility.
If we had the
Thank you.
space, yes.
Have a calm room for staff to do their job and a calm room for visitors, like interviewees, to be in a room that's not a police room, but more of a community calm room?
Ideally, there's a way to do both to where you don't kind of use too much of your space, because I know real estate's going to be prime, but primarily I would say the room could be dual purpose. So the officers could use that same room, but in some of the other departments, that room for the officers is simply how you would structure maybe a common walkthrough area downstairs in a secure environment where there's a roll call room, and just off to the side, there's another calm room, if you will,
Okay.
to where they could be used in that capacity.
All right. Earlier during your presentation, you mentioned the lack of a meeting room for the community
Mhm.
inside of our current police station. And I thought, well, we have a big community center and we have a council chamber here just right across the parking lot. And this council chamber isn't hardly used except during these meetings. So can you explain why the community center and this building aren't adequate to meet your current community meeting needs?
You can meet anywhere you want, and we do. My point was, traditionally, if you want to build that bond with the police and the community, it's best to do it in your house, not the city councils, not city halls. It's your house, the police headquarters. And so inviting them into your house where they feel comfortable coming, they feel it's just as much as their house as it is ours, where we work, that builds that psychological bond. And so that's what I'm getting at. And that's what's worked in multiple communities all over this country.
Okay. You said we have access to, I think it was a SWAT vehicle. What was
Yes.
the name? Was that the right term?
Correct.
But that it's not able to be housed here because of our weather environment, and indoors we don't have the space. So it's housed elsewhere, forcing us to go get it if we need it.
Correct.
Are you talking about situations where we have barricaded armed suspects or hostages? You know, we don't have those very often, and hopefully we won't in the future. But are those the kind of situations, if they ever happen, that you would need that vehicle?
Yes, that's exactly.
And being in that kind of a tense situation, you're saying is not a good time to go out of city, grab what you need and come back, because that could be 10, 20 minutes of delay during these situations. So is that kind of what you're talking about?
That is.
Okay. All right. I think we're ready to move on. Thank you very much, Chief.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Right. So I think at this time, we'll start all over, round two. And our city manager kicked off round one. So we'll ask him to kick off round two. Thank you, Lane.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And so if you could put the PowerPoint presentation up again. So when we're talking new proposed city facilities, we're talking police station, we're talking fire station, we're talking council chambers, we're talking city offices, we're talking community center, and then also on the discussion list is our sports and aquatic center. That's not an essential city facility, but that has been in our discussions for the past couple of years. Next slide. So give us a little background. Is the council really started engaging seriously in this matter back when we approved our 2021 fiscal year budget. And the council really identified a list of critical community needs. One of those was our community facilities that we just went through. They are woefully inadequate and are very old and falling apart. Other was road infrastructure. And so we've worked really hard as a community on addressing the road infrastructure. And the county passed Measure X bond that provided infrastructure or monies for roads. And then while interest rates were were really low. We went out and leveraged that and took out a revenue bond for $12 million. And then that is providing the revenue flow that we're going to completely renovate and repair and reconstruct our road system over the next 2 or 3 years. And so we deliberately took advantage of low interest rates, of a new revenue source, and leveraged that through a revenue bond. And so we're way ahead of the curve now, or we'll get ahead of the curve on our road infrastructure. Park infrastructure was another major problem and priority. And so we've been working on that for several years, and council has recently approved a new park, our Dune City Park, and these are all going to be renamed. We just are calling them that by the close by development. Another park is the Sea Haven Park, and that's going to be under construction the next couple months. Then the Glory Jean Tate Park, council approved the final design for that park. We've already put a new pump track there. And then Windy Hill Park is going to get a complete facelift, new restrooms. And so we are moving headstrong with completely redoing our park system. And we're doing this with a combination of park impact fees, general fund revenue, and revenues from developers for the dunes and Sea Haven development. Public safety was a huge issue, and it's not just the police and fire station, but also our staffing for public safety and our equipment. And so we've been improving both those. We've added 2 new fire engines. We have purchased a 3rd ladder truck, and that's been under construction. It'll be completed next May, and 4 to 6 months after that, that'll be in service. We don't have the facility right now to enclose that ladder truck, and so we're going to purchase a temporary facility that will at least enclose it until we can get a new fire station built. And the other critical part of that staffing level is we added a 2nd engine company. Previously, all of our engine companies responded out of the Palm Station. So we added a 2nd engine company responding out of the airport. That's staffed right now with 2, and we're working on a program now to increase that staffing to 3. We've added, with the last budget, we added 2 division fire chiefs that have greatly or will increase our proactive fire efforts and will improve our fire marshal work. And so we've done a lot on improving not only the facilities part, but on our staffing. And then maintenance was identified as a top priority, and we're working on putting together maintenance plans for all of our infrastructure, both parks, streets, medians, all of our infrastructure, including city facilities, and we're currently working on that. Staffing was a critical need, and over the past couple of years, we've added critical staffing positions that have helped meet that. And then the last identified need was economic development, so that we can continue to grow tax dollars that will help to fund these infrastructure improvements. Next slide. So on January 2nd of 2022, after about a year of discussion with the community and a lot of community meetings and public hearings, the council finally directed staff to bring to the future council meeting a measure on the ballot to authorize a $50 million bond that would build police, fire station, other essential city facilities. And they also directed us to engage a consultant that could look at that and help us with that. Prior to that, we had engaged a firm called FM3 that did a community-wide survey, and it gave us a benchmark of where we stood on public support of that bond. And once we engaged the consultant that looked at that survey results and met with us and talked with us, they advised that we not put the measure on the November 22 ballot for various reasons. Even though we had strong public support, general obligation bond requires a 2/3 threshold, And based on the survey data, they did not think that we had hit the 2/3 threshold. And that was an off election year. And typically the voters on that don't typically support bond measures for city facilities, school district facilities, and things like that. And so they recommended that we table that and come back and look at either a special election in 2023 or the November 24 election. So council made the decision at that point that we would not proceed with the infrastructure for the November 22 election. And we've started that process again. So next slide. And so the title of that, I apologize, is wrong there. But so in 2023, we brought in Team CivX that started to help us in our engagement in our public education efforts. And they put together mailers that have gone out, different information, material, videos, and things like that. And so they've been engaged with us up to this point. They're giving us advice. And at this point, their recommendation is that we move forward with this measure and put it on the November 24 ballot. We still have that critical 2/3 threshold to hit, and the survey data kind of indicates that we probably may not hit that threshold. But the state is putting a measure on the ballot to reduce that threshold to 55%, because what the state is seeing is across the state, the cities and counties are not able to put in critical infrastructure because of that 2/3 threshold. School districts, the state has put that threshold at 55%. A lot of state measures, that threshold is at 55%. And they're seeing, because of that 2/3 threshold, it makes it extremely difficult for cities to pass measures to build critical infrastructure. And they're seeing that critical infrastructure just fall apart in cities. And so all that kind of plays into the decision on the November 24 ballot. Next slide. Council's also directed us to bring in an architectural firm to help us. And later on, Tyson Klein will be talking more about our facilities. They're a great firm. As we did our research on them, the type of work they do, and they primarily work a lot in cities. They build police stations and fire stations and city facilities, and the type of facilities that they look at. And as Councilmember Fisher brought up earlier about it, facilities that are more welcoming, and that's exactly what they look at. And we look at facilities that are energy efficient and sustainable. And as you look at their different models and different facilities they've built, we are very happy with engaging them. And so they're on board. We've asked them to do an assessment of all of our facilities, and they'll go in detail on that. We asked them to look at our square footage needs, and then we also asked them to evaluate the existing sites out there. And we had the existing Civic Center site, a log pad park, an MST site by the transit station, Cypress Knolls, and then Vince DiMaggio Park. So they did an in-depth analysis of these sites and the ability and capacity of these sites to house the different city facilities. We had in the, I think, April 30th meeting that we talked about with this public, and the discussion quickly shifted to the sites, and we realized at that point that we wanted to shift the discussion really back to these critical and essential facilities that needed to get built, and we would engage the public with the site discussion if a bond measure is approved down the road. The critical thing that we got from this is they've looked at the sites and they said, yes, you have multiple sites. They work for the various different facilities, and we have the ability to do that. And so kind of did a check mark that the sites work. The site, the Civic Center works, the MST site works, Cypress Knolls site works, the Lock Padden for various facilities. Next slide. We get a lot of questions asked about funding options and why can't we just build this? Why don't we save up money and replace these facilities? And the answer is you essentially can't. Cities aren't able to do this. Counties aren't able to do this. If you're extremely wealthy community, you're able to do this. But with our demographics and our revenue streams, you're never going to be able to save up for these facilities. And so the way that they're paid for is by going out to the ballot and for bond measures. That's how school districts build these facilities. That's how the county has been building its facilities. And that's how we build our previous public safety building. That's how we build our library. Your general fund just doesn't have the ability to ever save up to do that. I will talk about I won't go into as much detail, but our property tax, some of the questions asked, people say, well, your property tax base is growing, so can't you pay for the new facilities with that? And while our property tax base is growing, a lot of that is growing in the Dunes area. We have Trader Joe's going in, we have restaurants going in, we have all these new homes. We have these 3-story homes that are going in, and I think those are going to be well above $2 million as the asking price. And but the fact is that for that Dunes development to move forward, they were part of a redevelopment agency, and 100% of the new tax revenue that's generated by that development all goes back to the Dunes development, and that paid for their infrastructure and their ability to move that development forward. Without those redevelopment agreements and that tax increment going back to them, nothing would have happened to Dunes development. It would not be where it's at today. Our sales tax, the community, we passed a measure that increased it by 1.5%. And so our sales tax base has been growing. But if you look at the data, our sales tax is extremely low from where it needs to be and where typical cities are. With our sales tax right now, our top 25 businesses generate 75% of our sales tax. We have over 500 businesses in the city, and all these businesses are extremely important. They're important to our quality of life. All these small restaurants and things like that, they don't generate a lot of sales tax revenue. They generate quality of life. They generate interaction, and they generate community socialization. And so they're vital to our community, but they don't generate the sales tax base that we need. When you look at sales tax report, and sales tax information is confidential, so I can't share that information by state law with you. But what I can share with you is we get quarterly reports of our per capita sales tax. So it takes our community population and sales tax that we generate, and it compares with Seaside, Delray Oaks, Sand City, Monterey, Pacific Grove, and our sales tax is rock bottom when you compare these other cities. Their sales tax is double and triple what our per capita sales tax. And so even though our sales tax is growing, it is still woefully inadequate for a city our size and a city with our population. So again, that just makes it more challenging as we struggle with infrastructure and we struggle to build facilities like this. Our transient occupancy tax is another funding source. The council did increase our TOT to 14%. Our hotels did not oppose that measure. And so our TOT tax has been increasing. It's going to continue to increase. We've been focusing on trying to get hotels. We had Hampton Inn open up last year. The Hilton Home 2 Suites opened up a few months ago. We have a development agreement to build 3 other new hotels, and those end of this year they should start getting some of those plans in, and so TOT is critical for us, and we're going to continue to develop that tax source. Another source out there is utility user tax, and cities in California depend on utility user tax. It's one of those critical, those top 4 taxes. The city of Marina voted down that utility user tax. Every city in Monterey County, except one, I think, has a utility user tax, and they depend on that as a major tax source. We don't have that. And so when you look at, we don't have utility user tax. Our sales tax per capita is rock bottom. A huge part of our property tax that is coming in from the growth area is going back to the Dunes development. You can see that we aren't a rich city. We're improving. We're getting better. And our sales tax base is growing. Our TOT base is going. But we're never going to have the tax base to fund new facilities. We have other sources, impact fees, and there's a state law that makes it narrowly defined on how much you can get charged for impact fees, and so we can't just arbitrarily set an impact fee. You can't charge an impact fee to replace a 30-year-old police facility. The impact fee has to be directly tied to the cost of the additional service impact. And so we hire consultants that do studies, and from those studies, the impact fee is generated. We are updating. Our last time we updated that study was in 2016, and we annually have cost increases. We're doing another major update, especially as we're looking at other new facilities, and we have updated cost. We have one-time land sales, and we have been using those to fund critical capital projects, critical infrastructure projects. And if you go on our website with our 22, 23, 23, 24 budget, and you go to the capital projects, you'll see a huge list of projects that are being funded from our general funds, but also from these one-time land sales. We got one-time ARPA funds from the federal government. Ours was 5.1 billion. And again, council is allocating these to improvements in the community and infrastructure improvements. A critical one, a lot of ARPA sales went to is our Del Monte project. We've allocated $4 million to completely redo Del Monte, and we're leveraging that. Because of what we've done right now, we think we really have a good shot to get $8 to $12 million in grants to also help us with our Del Monte. So we've used that. And then one option that is out there is we can start selling off our city assets, and that potentially could look at it. But when you look at the total cost of the city facilities, really selling off your assets really isn't a viable option, and it still isn't going to generate the funds that you need. Next slide. So this is the cost estimates that we're looking at, and this is based on square footage numbers that R&T has given us. Again, this is just high level and based on untypical standards. And a police station is 17.5 million. Fire station is 16 million. We'll call it a community center. We kind of lump in council chambers, community rooms, senior center, city offices. Combined, that is 21.5 million. And then we have a sports and aquatic center that's 40 million. We're, again, at least to this point, council is not directing us to include that in this bond measure. That still is open for discussion. I mean, it's still would entertain input on that. When we started the process, it kind of gives you a sense of how the construction costs just outpace your ability to sell or to save up for these projects. So initially, the cost of these were 25 million. And then over the 5-6 years that we've been trying to save up money for this, the cost has gone up to $40 million. And so we have already allocated about 18 million. We're still short of that. At this point, we're not factoring that into the bond measure, but we were going to work on other options, and I'll just kind of leave it at that. But certainly, council has questions, we can go into that. Next slide is we talked about impact fees. So while they don't cover all the new growth, we do charge the maximum impact fees that we're able to. Like Seaside does not charge any impact fees. A lot of cities don't do that, but because we're On Fort Ord, correct. Or no, I think even in their city, I think they don't charge impact fees. So impact fees aren't required to be charged. And typically, if you're a community that's built out, you aren't charging impact fees, but we have the ability to do that. And so we are charging it the maximum that we can according to state law, and we're regularly updating these, and we are currently updating these right now. So, but under our current impact fees, we have a balance of 5.4 million in our public buildings. That would include community facilities and things like that. So that can help us a little bit as we move these forward. Public safety has a 1.3 million balance, and you can see that there's no way that would ever. And that number shows like the 1,064. So a single family home, that is what the public safety impact fee would be. And so you can see that short-term impact fees really are not an option to build these facilities. They'll help a little bit. And then you can see our roadways, intersection, and our parks impact fee. The parks impact fee really is making a big difference as we're developing out new parks. And our current balance is 8 million. We're spending a lot of that in the current fiscal year. And so actually, I think at the end of the 2024 budget year, which has already ended, that balance is going to be down. But we're continuing. We depend on that the best that we can, but it doesn't really help us a ton on city facilities. Next slide. So when we talk about a general obligation bond election, this is what these are just some thresholds to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So a $40 million bond, the tax rate per 100,000 of assessed value, the annual rate would be $43. You can see it for 50, 60, $75 million bond. That's what it would go up. The next column shows the average value of a single family home in Marina. So half your homes are going to be below that, half your homes are going to be up above that. And so that's roughly 500,000. And so at that average, that shows you that the monthly average at 40 million, 50, 60, 75 million, or the annual average that we also just put out there at the monthly cost of what that would be at the 500,000. I will point out that a lot of the old Central Marina, because we've had comments from people who've been here a while and seniors, and they're concerned of their impact. And typically their homes are going to be, the assessed value is going to be lower. California state law Prop 13 only allows maximum 2% increase per year. And so their assessed values are going to be a lot lower. We are working on, our finance director is working on a calculator, and they'll show you how to go to the county website, pull up what your actual assessed value of your home and you can plug that in. We'll be able to do a calculation, and you can see at the different levels exactly the impact that it would have on you. So we're going to have that available on our city website. And that covers my part of the finance part of the presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Lane. Let's go online. Let's go in person to our public here. Does anyone in this room have a question? Come on up to the podium.
My first question is, do the property owners at the sea haven and they don't pay the same tax rate like in state of Marina? That's my first question. My second question is, when do we expect to see the master plan of public building? The third question is, when do we expect to see the maintenance plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So do Fort Ord new development residents such as Sea Haven residents and Dunes residents and commercial property owners pay the same property tax as the rest of Marina?
Yeah, everyone, it pays the same tax rate. But what is different is the assessed value. And so typically your Central Marina and your older homes, because of Prop 13, your assessed value is going to be lower. Whereas newly built homes, their assessed value is going to be the market rate. So while the rate is the same, the assessed value is different.
I have a small example. There's a resident in Marina who's been living in his house for a long time, and his assessed value is around 70 to 80,000. He said it was either 70 or 80,000. It was somewhere like that. So imagine your home assessed at $70,000. There are homes in Marina that are like that.
And the other part of that question that people often don't understand is, so even though your property tax that you pay, really the smallest portion of that comes back to the city of Marina. The largest portion of it goes to the state, and kind of varies, but roughly 45-50% goes to the state, and that pays for schools. And then the next largest chunk of your property tax is roughly 20 to 25% goes to the county. And then you have then the next largest hunk is the city of Marina. And so when you're paying your property tax bill, 15 to 20% actually comes to the city of Marina. The bulk of it goes to the state of California and goes to the county, and then special districts actually get a little bit. And so we talk about property tax and we don't quite understand that this really only 15 to 20% of that comes to the city of Marina. The other question you had was about, are you going to see an overall master plan?
For public buildings.
And what we have produced is what we have right now for public buildings. And so we'll work with R&T to compile that, but I'm not sure what you mean by master plan on. So what we have is what R&T has basically put together. And your question on the maintenance plan, where hopefully in the next few months we'll get that ready. We got to get a new public works director on board. We looked at bringing some consultants in to help us with that, and we actually had a lot more expertise to do that in-house. And so our public works superintendent is working hard on that, but hopefully in the next few months, we're going to start bringing that plan back to the city council.
Okay, so Lane, do you think the closest thing we have to a public buildings master plan is this 2024 community facility needs assessment?
Probably yes.
Okay. All right. And do you think that this document is lacking compared to a master plan for public buildings?
I think R&T, and especially from their presentation today, will give a sense that from a master plan point of view for a police station, fire station, city facilities, it will lay out, these are the needs. We have identified options. It's not comprehensive in that, like our courtyard, we have some potential things going on with the courtyard, potentially can relocate that. Doesn't address our administration building out at our library, at our airport and facilities like that. We don't have a repair replacement scheduling for the library.
Okay, how about our general plan? Does that have a public facilities element to it?
Yes, they do talk about that in a little bit in the general plan, not in the detail that you'd want in a master plan.
But if we wanted to, we could ensure that our general plan goes a little bit deeper into public facilities planning than required by law.
That's possibly, or as we go through this process with R&T, we could actually have them also help us develop a more in-depth master plan for all city facilities.
That would include the courtyard?
Yes, that would
Or
include.
any other facility we wanted to include?
Exactly.
Okay. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Mayor, I did want to make a comment, John Sanders, and thank you, council members and mayor and city manager for holding this special study session. Marina is a relatively modest community with a great deal of new growth potential, which you're realizing right now. And I'm glad you mentioned the general plan, Mayor, because you have several wheels in motion, your general plan update, your site-specific plans, and downtown vitalization. And what I see is I don't see interaction between these various elements. And that concerns me, especially when I see you proposing or discussing a general bond measure, which would move key civic facilities out of central Marina to a more distant, and although certainly a growing area, but out of the central city. It's like fleeing from the city. I know this is more challenging when you're trying to integrate across a set of plans, but I think it's extremely important for the city to consider these measures. The 1st of July, I walked into the planning department because I wanted to see what they might have on the RNT study. I just wanted to examine the study. Guido, who is in charge of the downtown vitalization program, wasn't familiar with the RNT study. No one seemed to know where I might be able to examine it. It doesn't make sense to stovepipe these particular initiatives, which are they all have good merit. But if you continue to stovepipe them, you just continue to propagate problems downstream. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Lane, can you speak to our staff, some of our staff involved with downtown plan and other plans not being aware of the RNT study, and if piecemealing, stovepiping various plans is occurring, and if that's a concern?
Yeah, I think it brings up a good point. We absolutely, I'm not sure of any community around that has as much going on as we have going on with our general plan update and local coastal program update, looking at city facilities and downtown vitalization plan, our airport plan. We really do have a lot, and it is a critical component that we really look at, making sure that they're all integrated, they're compatible. They certainly do impact the other plans. All of our staff, they are involved in all these discussions, from downtown vitalization plan to the discussions with RNT. And so I'm not, while Guido may not have had the specifics, we are all involved in that, and certainly as part of that downtown vitalization plan. And even though the draft the final is coming back to the city council, I think those are good discussions yet to have as that final document is coming back. And in fact, on the August 7th council meeting, Guido is bringing that back, and I think those are definitely discussions that we can continue to have, and those are critically important.
Yeah, I think it might do everyone good to hear about integrating these different plans so that they do talk to each other in a way. Council, I wanted to ask you a question. Normally our study sessions don't have the time limits that our normal regular city council meetings have. No one has run up against their limit yet, so no one yet has been cut off since 4 o'clock until now. But if you want, I think we could consider just eliminating the clock, so people could say what they want to say without being restricted to 3 minutes, or we could increase it to 5 minutes or something different than 3 minutes, since this is a study session and not a taking action. What does council think?
I would advise some cap rather than unlimited.
Okay, we can have a 90-minute cap per speaker. 5 minutes? Is that okay? Kathy, Jenny?
I prefer to stay with the 3 minutes, since we haven't met any excesses, and we're allowing for every topic to have comments. So it's not like we have one general public comment at the beginning and that's it. So I feel like the comments at 3 minutes is adequate.
Okay, so we have
Per
3-1
topic.
for 5 minutes, but given Kathy's comments, does anyone want to change their preference? We'll just do this by a majority vote. Okay, so let's go to 5 minutes then. So next up, anyone in this room, in person that wants to speak on the city manager's presentation? If not, we'll go online. Let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Go ahead, Jeffrey, if you're ready to go.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council and City Manager and everyone who's presented. I wanted to question a little bit of what the City Manager presented about alternatives to the bond. You know, as Marina residents say to us, you know, everybody is stretched. You know, we've got PG&E going up, we've got you know, groceries going up, everything's going up. And it's not free money to ask for every Marina resident to have to pay more. And I think some of the projections of exactly what people would pay are undervalued, particularly people in new areas. It's going to be, you know, $500 to $1,000 a month. And that's money that, you know, could be spent towards their own household. I know in my household, there's lots of things I'd like to do in my house that if somebody else was paying for it would seem pretty attractive. And every time there's an unplanned expenditure, you know, you have to ask the questions of, you know, what else can you do? Can you sell something? Can you do less? Can you question exactly what the need is? And frankly, what I hear from the city council is no questioning at all about what either public safety is doing or anything else about what the expenditures are doing. There have to be alternatives that they can do to bring the cost down to make it cost effective. That's number one. Number two, in terms of the city's assets, when I look at places like Abrams and Preston Park, they were great deals that we got from the Department of Defense and absolutely should have been acquired. But were they supposed to be long-term holds for us? And you know, I know Fora went out and took out a bond against some of the properties, but just doing an appreciation calculation, those properties look to be about worth $80 million. And even if you take off the bond obligations and everything, there's $50 million up there sitting that the city could absolutely leverage to pay for everything this bond is doing. It comes at a great cost. You're going to have to, you know, deal with the below market rate stuff, offsets that you did with the developers, but there is money there. And so, you know, saying you just can't do it doesn't wash with me. And I think with a lot of residents in Marina, it doesn't wash either, particularly when you factor in the RDA agreements that we made with Shea and all the other developers. We see all this new stuff coming up. And when we hear that we can't take advantage of the property tax that all of us pay to come back to our own city because we've obligated it to pay to the developers, it's infuriating. And so there have to be different alternatives that we can do to offset this. My biggest problem with this bond is that it's fundamentally unfair. It's fundamentally unfair to the people who have bought homes in this area, thinking they had city services that have been, you know, undervalued, underinvested in. Our roads are a mess. And until you take care of the fundamentals, to come back to us saying we need all this new stuff and, you know, all these things we didn't plan for, I don't know how you're going to sell this thing. So you're going to have to come back to us and give us different alternatives. You're going to have to give us a plan B. And why you're not giving us now what you could do with the existing assets, I think is not giving the public a full picture of what the alternatives are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So Lane, let's go first to cost cuts. What kind of scale can cost cuts play? What kind of role can cost cuts play as an alternative to this bond measure?
When you look at the cost to build a police and fire station, yet cost cuts are really not an option. If you're looking at cutting costs, the primary cost of any city budget is your personnel. And the biggest personnel cost is police and fire. And so you'd be cutting back police officers, firefighters, reducing our response times when the need is the other direction. And so I don't see that as really a realistic option. Even if you did cut back, that's never going to fund a bond measure of this size.
Okay. And we have had a good deal of discussion, not a ton, of regarding the potential sale of our assets, primarily the assets that could be on the chopping block that would make a big difference would be Preston and Abrams and Jeff Markham just noted that in his estimation, it might be 50 million after the bond commitments were taken away, were reduced from that equation. So our discussion on the dais here was a strong majority, not a unanimous, did not want to further discuss the option of selling Preston and Abrams parks instead of doing a bond. Can you speak to that?
Yes. And as you mentioned it, council did want us to consider pursuing that alternative. I can say that Preston and Abrams, they're another measure to diversify our general fund revenues. They contribute 2.5 million annually to our general fund, although part of that goes to pay the bond payment with Abrams B bond. But they do support a general fund. And so when you have economic downturns or your sales tax, even though ours is low, it's another tax source that helps to stabilize our revenue. And so it's a good revenue source. Another thing is we have obligations for affordable housing at Abrams and Preston. I think we have 108 affordable units there right now. And so you can't sell off those assets without, I'm not sure if you can sell off the affordable units, but it is complicated by other factors.
All right. Now, Jeff mentioned that, at least for him and maybe for others, it's infuriating as unfair to ask long-term residents prior to the new Fort Ord Marina development to pay for things that they may have thought previously were already adequately serviced, or that they would think there'd be a plan to finance them without them having to chip in more money to realize, better or newer facilities. What is your perspective on that?
I think as a city, and I've seen it from the council, I think we try to look at the community as one together. And yet we hear from the Central Marina, some people saying, well, we don't want to build new facilities because it's the new people coming in there that are causing us the impact. And you kind of hear the opposite on the new people. And so you hear from both sides. And I think our responsibility is to look at what is best, what is right, what's the best decision for our community. We have an obligation to provide for the public health, welfare, and safety. Our mission and our vision statement talk about how we want to be a community with high-level community services, and those are our values. And so we don't make decisions just based on if you're new here, if you're old here. We really try to focus on really what is best for our community overall.
Okay. And Jeff's last point was you always need a plan B. We've made it this far without the public hearing what our plan B is if the bond isn't on the ballot or if the bond isn't passed on the ballot. So what do you say to a plan B?
That's a good question. We when you look at 17 million for a police facility and look at 16 million for fire facility, that's a lot of dollars. I'm not sure where that plan B would come up. And so if we don't put it on the ballot, then we have to go down the process of, okay, where are we going to come up with 30 some $30 million, or are we just not going to build these facilities? We're going to live with the impacts from it. So I'm not sure what that would be. The council votes to put it on the ballot, and if it's approved, then our voters and citizens have told us what they want. But if they say no at that point, then I think we go back and say, okay, let's really start looking at what is going to be our plan B.
Okay. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I just had a few questions. So on the slide decks, I see that you're using the average home value of 400 something K, which is, if I have to go to Trulia and Redfin and look for a house that price, I won't be able to find it. Most of the homes that are being sold right now are over $1 million. There are some nice homes in East, like in other areas, maybe 800K. So I think those numbers are, if you look at the annual rate and the by month rate, it looks quite low. And unless someone really pays attention to the small print, they won't realize what the actual cost would be. The other question I had was, why do the numbers change? So the first numbers that were presented in 2022, I believe for the $500 million bond, the estimate of per 100K assessed value was $75. And from the latest slide deck, I think I saw a number that's lower than that. So how is it that in 2022, it was higher than it is in 2024? And lastly, there was an $80 million bond initially discussed. Now I see several layers, 4 options basically, of what the taxpayer might be comfortable with. And I think that's a bit confusing. How many homes are you counting to calculate these estimated property tax impacts by 100K assessed value? Are you including the future builds of Sea Haven and the Dunes? What are your projections, or are you using current homeowners, current homes that are existing as of now? And then I would also agree with the previous speaker that the alternative options weren't really considered. You're asking taxpayers in a time where economy is uncertain and scary. There's a lot of people that are losing their jobs. They're being asked to pay more electricity bills, their water bills going up, food prices are rising, all these things. And on top of that, California potentially is putting in a $20 billion bond on the ballot, where we're also asked to pay more. So, from your consultant's last presentation, I see that less than 51% of possible voters are going to say yes, and you need 75% and 55 if the other measure passes. So you're really putting a wishing, hoping, that people are willing to pay, and we've the people that have spoken to the consultants already said, for sure 21%, maybe 20 something percent, right? So you're barely getting to a 51% yes, barely. And the other people are unsure, and then some others are no. So if I had to go from here, I think the best is just to look at plan B and plan C and plan D, because bond most likely will not pass. We're as taxpayers, we're asked to pay too much already at a economic downturn. So yeah, that's kind of my input on this, and I appreciate the additional session that I unfortunately wasn't able to attend. It was 4 to 6 p.m., which most people are working. I have to work to pay my taxes. So next time, I would really hope that you consider that if you want more public engagement. A time frame of 5:30 to 6 p.m. start time would be actually much more convenient for people, with a heads up warning that it's coming up, so people can arrange their schedules. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mia. So Lane, can you explain the assessment value versus the sales price value for calculating the tax?
Sure. And And I agree that the new homes are certainly they're purchased at market value, and so their assessed value is going to be at market value. And so, whereas they're typically going 7, 8, 900 million, 2 million above, they will be higher. The assessed value will be higher, and so they would pay more. Now, if you look at the ballot language that we'd had before, and we would use the same type of ballot language, it doesn't refer to your monthly or anything like that. It ties it to the 100 per 100,000 assessed value, and so that's typically what they use across the state. So it's very clear, people will understand, and that's why that draft language in 2022 is that way. And it would be very similar here. It'd say per 100,000 assessed value, this is what it's going to cost you. As we talked about, we're going to do the extra step and have them online to tell you how to go find your assessed value. We'll have a calculator so you can figure out exactly what that cost would be. You correctly pointed out that 2 years ago, and we had our same firms, Kaiser Marston, ran these assessment numbers, and these are very accurate numbers. I mean, this goes on the ballot, so it has to be an accurate number. And so Kaiser Marston developed these numbers looking at our most recent assessed values of our property, and it came out at $74 per 100,000 for a $50 million bond in 2022. And today it's quite a bit less. It's down at $54, and it's not a mistake on calculations or anything. It's reflective of what we are seeing in our community. We are seeing new homes being built. We are seeing multi-million-dollar new homes being built, and those are getting on the tax assessed rolls. We're seeing new businesses. We're seeing new restaurants. We're seeing a lot of growth in the community, and what that does is the cost per for the assessed value will drop. So 2 years ago it would have been $74. Now it's $54. I can tell you that we have new buildings continuing being built. Our estimates are 100 for Sea Haven for next year. Estimates are 100 for the Dunes next year. We still have commercial properties coming on board. Marina Station will be breaking ground in August, and we expect the end of 2025 that they'll start pulling permits for building their homes. And so we are in a high growth mode, which means that that per 100,000 assessed value is going to dollar amount is going to continue to drop. So where the projection is right now, it's $54. It's going to drop. What it's going to drop, I can't tell you, but I just based on our current growth and the projected growth that our developers have told us, that won't be $54. It'll be definitely lower than that.
Okay, so part of Mia's question was how many new homes are being estimated, and you mentioned 100 homes per year new being built at Sea Haven and 100 homes being new built at the Dunes. So those are our two largest developments for residential. So approximately 200 new homes per year. When Marina Station gets started, they might build 100 per year as well. But that's not for a little while now, a couple of years maybe before they start actually going vertical and occupying those homes. And she asked, in this estimate of $54 per $100,000 assessed value, does that include future homes or only existing homes?
It is the current assessed value.
So existing homes only.
Correct.
Okay. She mentioned that $80 million was the original amount, and now we have 4 options, and that is confusing. Can you explain why it's important that we have different options?
Yes, and we had back in 2022, we're talking more of closing the gap, and we had we're possibly looking at aquatic and the sports center, and so we're just giving different thresholds. It could even be lower than that if the council wanted to do it. 30 or 20 million. So it's just giving you a sense that at this threshold, these are the facilities that we could do. And this is the approximate cost impact.
Okay. She mentioned that with water, food, gas going up and a possible state bond, that it's just too much to be asking taxpayers and to be asking for our own city bond measure. And she mentioned that we're in an economic downturn. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, and those are all very realistic. And I think every person, as they look at this bond measure, and I certainly look at it too. It's that's the question you look at. You look at your own situation, your own conditions, and we see costs going up. We know that, and then we're evaluating that against these other community needs. As you brought up, what's your plan B again? And I'm not sure there's. We would have to look at that down the road, but that plan B, you'd have to look at some of the things we talked about, and Chief McCowan will be making a presentation a little later on fire responses, and so part of that plan B would probably be, okay, are you comfortable with higher response times? And those are going to continue to get higher, and he'll show you that is going to be, lives will be lost. And it's not a threat. It's just a fact in reality that if your response times with the new homes going in we're just going to have more fire response times, and that's what you have to work, evaluate your personal situation, and we'll do the same thing. And they talked about city facilities, and at what point, if you don't build city facilities, we have some core needs. And so part of the plan B is, okay, if you don't do that, then do we shift monies that we've been trying to pour into downtown and parks and other things like that? Do you then shift those to address some of these other needs? And those are all part B, plan B options, but everything is a difficult and a painful option.
Let's go back online. We'll close public comment unless someone wants to raise their hand. If you haven't spoken,
So we're still in public comment. So anyone who hasn't raised their hand yet, if you're online and wish to speak, please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment before we close public comment. All right, not seeing any hands go up. We'll close public comment and ask for City Council. Councilmember Biala.
I hadn't actually put my light on, but I'll go ahead because I had some things. Oh, sorry. First, I want to just clarify when the speaker from the public, Jeff, he said $500 a month, and I just wanted to. Did he say that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to just make sure that people understand he was talking about $500 a year, and that would be about $41 a month. That's what, because I can't imagine that unless he lives in a hugely amazing home. So just to clarify, we're talking about $500 a year and $41 a month. And then I want to say that no person, if you ask them, do you want your property tax raised? Of course, nobody is going to want that, period. We don't even like the struggle for us up at the dais is we don't want to ask that either, not for ourselves or for anyone in the city. But we have kicked down the road for probably 30 years. We should have done something after 20 years of using a portable infrastructure. We should have at that point sometime along the line said, no, we can't keep kicking it down the road. And that's exactly what Marina has done. And there comes to be a place where you can no longer do that. I'm sorry. It's just, you cannot say we're not going to do anything. And if we don't do anything, then what's going to happen is we have to spend millions of dollars just to get minimal safety and ADA compliance and earthquake compliance on our present facilities. That means we are going to spend millions of dollars on rehabbing a temporary structure just because we want to keep kicking us down the road, and that we refuse to grapple it as we should have done in the last 30 years. There will never be a good time to ask the public for this kind of money. Never. So we can say, again, we're not going to do it this year, but when we will have to spend millions that is completely wasted in order to get minimal standards. So I don't think our option is that we do nothing. We are going to do something. We are going to waste our money trying to rehab these deplorable conditions. And so that's really not an option. And I know that the city manager kind of didn't clarify. The other plan B is where to cut. We are going to have to cut something. And so if we need to specify that tonight so that it's clear in everybody's mind that, we're going to have to say, we are not going to certainly pursue all of the sports center and the pool, but what else? Are we going to then say we have to stop any plans for X amount of development for our medians, or we're going to do without certain parks now? The Gloria Jean Tate Park is not going to be developed. Whatever it is, if our public needs to know specifically where we're going to cut, I think we need to be upfront about it. And I think selling off Abrams and Preston, I spoke very strongly against that, as did some other folks on the dais. All the reasons that our city manager already gave, that is part of our diverse portfolio, that it brings in a $2.5 million a year stable revenue, that we are committed to affordable housing based on our RENA numbers, and we can't disregard that. Then we're going to have to find some other places to build affordable housing. But the worst thing is that how many families would we be displacing? City manager, what numbers are there out there of people? If we sold off that property, what numbers are we potentially displacing from Abrams and Preston Park?
Yeah. Correct. We have 192 units at Abrams and 354 at Preston Park. And we have other, like we have an Abrams B bond. I think that bond is still for another 10 or 15 years. So you can't sell at Abrams just because of that existing bond, and you have your affordable housing obligations. And then if you sell it, then you have a $2.5 million revenue stream to your general fund. You got to, okay, so how are we going to replace that? So it's not as easy.
Right. It's not
as it
easy.
sounds up front.
But there's an ethical issue for me anyway, that we can't just blithely displace 554 people, families. And that really concerns me. In addition to the other two compelling reasons of why we really shouldn't do that. And we would do that because we don't want to today do something we should have done in the last 30 years. And this is the request of our council to say, as awful as this is, this has to be done by some council now or in the near future. So we struggle. This isn't about council saying that we haven't researched and we have disregarded other options because we want to drive this bond measure. I don't feel that personally at all. It's been a struggle. It's been one in which we have to say how dire are the needs. And I feel personally that we have confirmed that these are dire needs. But what are the consequences to people? What are the consequences if we sell off Preston and Abrams? And so this issue is not a light one for our council, and I just need to say that publicly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for your time and the presentation. Just to sort of piggyback on what Councilmember Biala is saying, I think in leadership, especially over time, you see that kicking the can, right? And then at some point, a council or decision maker has to say, okay, enough. We do need to do something. And it is uncomfortable, and it's not, and not everybody's going to like it. And this is sort of the real difficult, challenging part of our job. I just wanted to share some thoughts that came up for me when I was prepping for the meeting. So when I compared the polling from 2022 to 2024, there's really not that much of a difference. And so the appetite hasn't gotten really worse or really even any better. And so to have that speculation or wanting to feel certain looking in the crystal ball of polling is difficult. I mean, what I can say is that the polling hasn't really changed, you know. So in 2022, the discussion at that time was a $50 million bond for all the things. And now it's gone up about 30 million to 80 million. And we're not going to get all the things because, you know, it sounds like, and what I see, the appetite of this council is for a smaller dollar amount. In researching other cities, it's very common for ballot measures to be placed on the ballot multiple times before they pass. That's not uncommon. And so I also wanted to share some changes that have occurred since our last conversation. Monterey One Water, the sewer bills are not automatically going to be on the tax rolls. They were set to start that new billing in July, and their board voted no. They decided to not do that. So that was about $740 a year that was going to be automatically put on annual property tax bills. You know, I know we've talked about, we keep bringing up the presidential race. Well, that has dramatically changed, you know, and people don't show up for midterm elections. People don't show up for a random school board something, but people will show up for the presidential election. And for me, it's important that, you know, we hear from a few loud voices, but I want to hear from all the voters. I want to give that opportunity to any resident in Marina who's a registered voter who wants to tell us what they want to see with this type of investment. If this is even an investment that the community is looking forward to. So it's hard to not drown out those loud voices. But for me, I always think about all the other people who can't sit here, who are working, who are paying for childcare, making dinner, etc. So I think it would be a real disservice if we did not allow, especially with this momentum, especially with all of the investment of the consultants, of the architects, et cetera, to say, actually, no, never mind. We're not going to put this on the ballot. So for me, the real polling is on November 5th. And I know that that's not the dollar amount. That's a whole other concept. But I can tell you, I was out getting signatures for my nomination papers over the weekend, and multiple people asked me, "Oh, what's going on with the swimming pool?" And I had to say, well, actually, you know, we've been talking more about a public safety bond measure. You know, there is 18 million set aside for that. I'm not so there is this sort of, people remember that, or people are remembering the swimming pool and the sports center. So I would request that the city somehow, you know, be very mindful that, and that has been talked about since 2018, right? Longer. So I would want to make sure that, you know, whatever direction we go in, that we are clear that we're not talking about the sports center and the pool anymore. If that's the direction that we go, and that's sort of what I've heard. but you know, back to what Councilmember Biala said, like this is the hard time where we have to make a hard decision, and half of the room is going to be mad, and half of the room might be okay with it, you know, and that's just a part of policy making, making concessions, collaboration. You know, we can't please everybody, but we can allow the voters to come and use their vote in the way that they want, you know, to make their decision. And so for me, that's the fair thing to do. I am open to the dollar amount. I was surprised to see 20 million. I thought we were sort of talking 40 to 80 million range, but I do appreciate, you know, having this amount. However, you know, for me, 20 million is too risky because I don't want to start building a whatever public safety building and it's going to cost 27 million by the time we break ground. So I want to be certain that the end result is tangible and exactly what was expected from the voters. And so those are my thoughts for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I so agree with both my my fellow council members. So thank you. And I will not repeat what you said, but I just agree. So I'll concentrate on maintenance plan because people might not be aware that was one of my main reasons to run for city council. Because when I discovered during COVID that our city did not have a long-term maintenance plan in place, I was shocked. I was very naive. I thought I will be on the council. I'll just find a city where they have it in place and we can just copy and paste. I am afraid that not just cities in California, but in this country, it's not really in place. And that's might be why we see bridges collapsing and potholes in this country. So anyway, I think this is so good to have this special meeting and because we often forget to update the public or even the entire council about what's going on behind the screens. It is being worked on. And there's always bumps in the road. Anyway, Public Works Director decided that retirement was very attractive. So we haven't had a Public Works Director since spring. Oh, January. Okay. So these are just things that slow things down. We don't have an assistant city manager. People are working very hard in the staff. And but there is so much going on. And what I have learned by being on the council for less than 2 years, we need to be very patient and very patient. But I appreciate the work that is being done, and I just want to let people know there is progress. The city manager Long mentioned already, and I don't know if people got the message that our finance department is making a calculator online that people can just type in their assessed value, which you can find on your property tax bill. And then they will see exactly what their monthly fee will be. So no surprises. People will be aware. And I think that's very good. And also that this will be the worst case scenario. It will not go up because there will only be more taxpayers added. So that's an important. And what was not mentioned is the full amount will not be needed right from the start because we're not going to build all those. If it gets approved, not all those facilities will be built in the same day. So it's really the worst scenario. Okay. And yes, I appreciate the people who are here. Thank you very much for being here, and also the 10 or now 12 people on Zoom. But I agree, we need to try to reach many more people. And if it takes for us to knock on doors like we did in 2018 for those propositions, we need to do that because we need to explain. I so agree, doing nothing is not an option. We cannot postpone again. 2 years ago, as a member of the public, I really tried to convince the council, please do not postpone. But if we postpone again, do we do 2 years or probably 4 years for the next presidential election? So yeah, I'm in favor of letting the voters decide, but we do need to give them give everybody the correct info, or correct, it will be correct, but we will need to provide more information. So it will be very clear what we are asking. And we will be paying it as well. Yes. But I personally, when I moved to this city, that's why I walked in 2018. I knocked on doors and I told people then, I don't know what happened to the city and that I just moved into, but I see the condition of the streets, the roads. I can just tell this city needs more money. And it worked then. And I hope that we can convince people again. And I do understand that people are hurting, but it will not make it better if we postpone. So that's my plea for now, I think. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to time me so I don't go over 5 minutes, so we can do this round robin. I'm usually the violator. And I'll go to my punchline conclusion first. I think that our best tack would be approximately a $20 million bond just for a fire station. I've said this before. So I'm repeating myself compared to last meeting we had on this. And that would be about $9 per month if your home is assessed at $450,000 per year. The gentleman who told me his house is assessed at $70,000 per year is probably going to spend $2 more every month. Me, my home is assessed at $343,000 a year. So I'll be spending about $33 a month. I'm sorry, $9 times 4. Yeah. So I'll be spending about maybe $36,000, $33 per month because it's $9. Oh, no. Yeah, it would be less than $9 a month. So I would be spending about, let's say, $6 or $7 a month. Personally, I can afford that. Not everyone maybe can. I also want to mention some bad news for this discussion, that the school district, our local Monterey Peninsula Unified, is going to put a $340 million bond on the ballot. And for some reason, their statistically significant polling from FM3, who did our statistically significant polling, found that they have a 69% approval or polling. We had 51%. And what I'm hearing tonight is they only need 55. If it's true they only need 55 and they have 69, and they drop a little bit maybe between now and the election, they're going to easily pass 55. I think they still might need 67 for some reason, but I don't know that. But anyway, the school district is pretty confident that their $340 million bond is going to pass because of them, that they've done the same homework we've done in the same process, using the same consultants, and they get a much more favorable conclusion. Secondly, the bad news is that our water rates are going up about $18 a month from Marina Coast Water District. So people are being taxed more, or they're paying more for the same. Although the school bond, this is the third school bond. They had a $110 million bond about 10 years ago. They had a $208 million bond about 5 years ago. So this is bond number 3 in 2 decades from our school district. And they're pretty big bonds, but they have a lot more payers into it. They're district wide. We're just a city. So we're just a piece of that 3 city major learning community district. Lane, you mentioned earlier that our consultant recommended this time to put it on the ballot. And I thought that they recommended not to put it on the ballot. Can you clarify?
No, I still think that they're recommending that we move forward. What they are saying is currently right now, they don't think we would hit the 2/3 threshold based on our survey data, that we won't hit it. So what they're saying is, if that ACA 1 doesn't pass and threshold doesn't drop 55%, they're saying your bond measure isn't going to pass, most likely.
Okay. I'm leading the conclusion, if the council chooses to proceed, despite the clear challenges, it is recommended a measure be limited to public safety facilities with a smaller bond amount and smaller tax rate. And I thought for sure they recommended not to go ahead with it, similar to 2022, but you're shaking your head no, Kathy. So I think I'm probably wrong on that then. Okay, that's good. I just wanted the clarity there. The land sale revenues, you said, Lane, that we're not going to get any more. And right now we have about 8 million in our pockets from land sale revenues.
Correct.
And I wanted to ask you if that 11.5 million that we have dedicated to streets, the 25 worst streets to be reconstructed, did that come from the land sale revenues?
No, that came from leveraging Measure X.
Measure X funds. Okay. All right. And then you mentioned that Del Monte Boulevard in pocket, we have about 4 million. And you said something new to me that I didn't remember, that the actual cost might be dependent on grants more than $5 million.
Yeah, we've already submitted for ATP grants for the two roundabouts as part of that project, the one at Palm and the one at Ryan Dollar. And we really think we have a good shot at those just because of the road diet and increasing the pedestrian and the bikeway access. And so, yeah, that's all all the plan is kind of coming together on that.
Okay. I'm going to stop because I just went over 5 minutes and 38 seconds. So anyone else with comments on council? Councilmember Biala?
You can time me too. Okay, first, I want to just say the survey results do not take in consideration our educational efforts of the city, so that we haven't kicked in those kinds of interventions. It's purely just by their surveys, et cetera, and hasn't considered what our council and other people in the community might be doing to facilitate, people's support. The second is, let's see, Councilwoman McAdams, you said that it's not uncommon for multiple bond measures to be asked for every election cycle. However, I want to ask the city manager, if this doesn't pass, we can't wait another cycle of the elections. We are going to have to begin to plan to spend money just to get these facilities up to minimal safety standards, correct?
Well, it'll be a combination of several things. It'll be, looking at fundings to address the key ADA issues and minimum safety issues, but it's also going to be helping the public understand the clear message that response times are going to continue to increase. And so I think, and it's been great hearing the public comment both for and against, because the important thing is that we get the information out there to the public so everyone has the informed decision. If it does pass, it's going to, what the cost is going to be, but also the impacts if it doesn't pass. It just is vital that we get all the information, public outreach, so that people clearly understand the impacts either way.
Okay, and I just wanted to say again, I think we talked about this the last time, is that if we try to say we're not going to really go for a bond measure, but we're going to try to scrimp and save however we can over the years, and save up the money so we can do the facilities building and stuff. But in that scenario, all the people that are sacrificing the money in our general fund or wherever it's going to come from, they will never see the fruition of any of the facilities. It's going to be 20 years before we even get any kind of money saved to be able to meet those demands of the new structures. So I just want to say the bond measure, we have to at least start it, right? Not complete it within 5 years. And that's by law, because they found that people who, jurisdictions that ask for bond measures in these millions of dollars, rather than building it, they save it and invest that money. And that's a big no-no now. You can't do that. So we're going to see the fruits of our labor far earlier than if we tried to save up our monies. And I want to say that, when people say, well, what about the sports center or the pool? Because, they want to see those kinds of things. That's different than saying, but are you willing to pay for it? And that's a whole different ballgame. So it's the wish list versus are you willing to pay for these facilities? My bottom line is that I would like to see a $50 million bond measure that will consider all of the safety, police, and fire, and then the civic community centers. It will not include the sports center, and it will not include the pool, because I think then we're getting into a whole different ballgame there. So unfortunately, we can't do everything, but at least $22 a month seems like a reasonable ask at this point. I would like not to see minimal, because once we ask for a minimal one, we can't ask again. I mean, we have to ask what we minimally need, not far below it, because we're going to have to ask again. That I don't believe is the best strategy. And when I think about what $22 a month is, like I like Chipotle for lunch, and I was just looking at the menu. So if you do a drink and a bowl, which is what I usually like, that's $20.35. 9% tax is $22 a month. And that's not without a tip. Maybe we can forego the tip, but that's $22. And instead of going out to Chipotle, I would go home and eat instant ramen once a month. So I want to just keep this in perspective about $22 a month for a $50 million bond. And I hope that the public will support this, and, that we start being responsible for things that have been kicked down the road irresponsibly for so long. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Just over 5 minutes. Good job. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. Was that a motion, Councilmember Fiala, or?
It could be.
Okay.
So let's see, is there a template for us? Unless the other folks, I know that you two haven't spoken yet. So, oh, you have, okay, comments. So,
Yeah, we're in the middle of a meeting. It's a study session. So the next thing, once we're done with council comments and questions at this time, we're going to ask the fire department to give their presentation, and then we're going to,
Got it.
sorry,
Okay.
before fire, we're going to ask the consultants to give
Okay.
their presentation. So we're in the middle of a study session, but you
Okay.
can officially make a motion anytime.
Okay.
no, I'll hold.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, when, and this might be for the city attorney, on the ballot, is it going to say you're going to pay $9 a month, or you're going to pay $12 a month? Like, is it going to say how much you're going to pay every month, or will the language be about the actual total bond amount?
Okay, let's answer that question with the city attorney, but first let's have our city attorney introduced by our city manager.
Thank you. And I apologize, Seth, that we didn't do that earlier. Renee is on vacation in Spain right now, I think. And so Seth is our kind of assistant city attorney, and he's filling in today. And Seth actually helps us on a lot of city issues, and it's good to have him down here today, see him in person really for the first time.
Welcome, Seth.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lane. Actually, to pass the buck, I think we have the man who is going to or has already drafted template language on the line, Brian Quint, available. I don't know, Brian, if you heard Councilmember McAdams' question about whether the language on the ballot will actually contain the dollar amount that people will pay a month on $100,000 assessed value.
Good evening. Yes, I'm here. No, the ballot, there's a 75-word ballot statement that will be on the ballot. There will also be a full ballot packet that will go to all voters, but the 75 words will only indicate that the average rate will be X dollars per 100,000 of assessed value. The total dollar amount of the bond issue that is being proposed, and the amount of money that would be anticipated to be collected annually. So it does not indicate specifically how much is going to be per parcel. It is based on a dollar amount per 100,000 of assessed value. So in this
Thank you for that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So just to clarify, the mayor was saying how it would be $9 a month versus $22 a month. on the ballot, the voter is not going to know. They will basically know, I mean, unless they figure it out or use the tool themselves.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, great. And then with regards to the MPUSD bond, do we have an idea of what that would impact Marina taxpayers?
It's public information, put out by the school district already, but I don't remember the numbers.
Okay. Okay, I think those are the questions I have for now.
Okay. So moving on with my comments, if we went for a fire station and we cost people like me $6 a month and other people more and other people less to get just the fire station, we would then make the improvements to Del Monte Boulevard because that's in the plans. We'd be making all these street improvements that most people haven't seen yet. We'd be making short-term improvements to the police station that the police need short-term because the fire would be moving out to the new fire station. And we'd be demonstrating to the public, all these positive changes happening while furthering the education that we've started, answering all the kinds of objections we've heard, getting a citizens committee if that's helpful. By the way, the school district doesn't get a citizens bond committee either until after the bond is passed, and then they have a citizens oversight committee. So there's a lot of things that are already in motion that are going to happen. And I think when people see them happening and they see that we're doing good with our $20 million fire station bond, like our Councilmember McAdams said earlier, even if we fail in November with a bond, we do it again. It took Transportation Agency of Monterey County 4 times to pass Measure X. And so they dealt with that repeated failure before they finally succeeded. So I think that we can build great momentum by starting with a small bond to get our primary objective met. And I am interested in the sports center that we have $18 million in pocket, and a sports center hybrid or a sports center combo with an aquatic center is much more than that. But when we closed the sports center, we were told it would take 3 to 6 months to open it back up. And that was, 6 years ago. So I think having a good sports center minus an aquatic center is not a bad thing. It would be a fantastic improvement. And apparently we almost have enough money for the sports center. How much does a sports center alone estimate cost?
I think that's definitely in the ballpark. I think it's around 18 million. Yes.
Okay. On Preston Park, it was interesting that the statistically valid phone survey found that Preston Park was much lower than a 51% approval. They're the only ones in the city that are guaranteed not to pay an extra penny if this bond measure passes, and they were vehemently or overwhelmingly against it. Doesn't make any sense from a selfish perspective. They're not paying, and that still they're going to vote no. And somehow we have to let them know that that is the case. That may not change their mind, but they need to know that because they're one of our lower economic strata, and they're probably afraid that they can't afford an increase, so they don't want to pay it. I doubt that the FM3 told them this won't apply to you because you're owned by the city, and the city, you have rent control at 3% with or without a bond, so you're not going to pay more. And while Guido is here, our Director of Community Development Department, I wanted to ask him if he could come to the mic and talk about the integration or lack thereof of our various plans, such as specific plans that we have out on Fort Ord and the downtown vitalization plan and the general plan update, this bond itself. Is there integration, or could there be better integration between these initiatives, these documents?
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that comment earlier, because the general plan and the downtown plan are both internally consistent with each other. the downtown plan envisions pretty significant the circulation improvements, parks, ways to revitalize the community and the core of the city. The general plan update that's going on now will have specific parts tying back into the downtown plan. And so, yeah, we're doing our best. But as Lane alluded to, we're doing an LCP amendment, a downtown plan, the general plan. We just finished objective standards. We got 5th and 6th cycle housing elements certified. We did an affordable housing overlay, and I can go on and on and on. And all that's been done in the last 2.5 years. So could there be opportunity for better integration? Absolutely. But we've done our best to ensure that the documents are internally consistent.
Okay, another comment from the public was that I think they're referring to the needs assessment when they said that an in-person interaction with you, what they found out that you were not aware of the RNT consulting products.
Yeah, but I don't want to use too harsh of a word, but that's a complete mischaracterization of the conversation. The questions that were asked were, is the scope of work available within the community development department? The answer was no. Please go speak to the city manager's office. Can the document be provided? Absolutely. Go file a Public Records Act request. Was I aware of the timeline? Absolutely, I was. I was aware that the conceptual plan was coming back and that there were further discussions with the council.
And were you interviewed by I might be saying their wrong name, the consulting firm RNT, about your thoughts on your needs for space, et cetera?
Absolutely. And Lane was there when we met with them in terms of our needs as an overall permit center, in terms of our integration with the Public Works Department, with community development, because we work very closely together.
Okay, so you've been involved with that consulting process as appropriate for any of our directors.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Guido. Let's go back to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So I recall at the last bond measure discussion that we had, we did direct staff to return with a public safety bond measure of fire and police. And we've never talked about 20, 30 million. So now the mayor's talking only about a fire bond measure, perhaps. And 20 million, I'm not able to support just because, if it's coming in at 17 million, I mean, I don't know if construction contingency costs are included in this. We've also have had more cost inflation continues, more time has gone on. And so I don't want to get caught in the middle of a project and being, negative $6 to $8 million. And so for me with construction, like it's always times 2 and add 6 to 9 months. I mean, that's just, I think, a realistic and pragmatic approach. So for me, 20 million is not enough because I am not able to support not having confidence that would complete the project. And also, how do you pick between fire and police? Like, when did that conversation occur? Because I wasn't a part of it. So for me, I'm not able to choose on that because they're both needed. They're both a necessity. I can't see doing one. I mean, what do? We draw straws. How do you pick that fairly? So I would need it to be both. And actually, I appreciated Councilmember Biala's, suggestion of 50 million, because then I also think that we're sitting under a blue tarp, and I use the restroom in the offices in the trailer, and it's gross. Our employee working conditions at City Hall, and I welcome anybody to come by, are disgusting. And for me, if we're going to ask for 20 million, I don't necessarily think the voters you're either you support a bond or you don't. I appreciate the calculator. I don't really think people are going to necessarily use it. I mean, maybe some. But again, for me, how do we pick who gets this treatment, you know, and I'm not able to support 20 million in a fire station. Cause it's a package, right? And I think that, you know, if I was in Shep's office earlier today and it's just like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry you have to work in those conditions. So I want to see all of our employees, you know, in some capacity, getting elevated working conditions. I want to see our police chief able to easily recruit and retain officers, technicians, and new staff, because not only do they love Marina and they love what this community is, but we also have the best police station, the best tools, the best technology. And the same with the fire department. I mean, if Palm goes away, what are we going to do then? I certainly don't have that answer, you know, and our public safety, we're relying on the Presidio of Monterey and CSUMB at times, you know, their police force. So I appreciate that collaboration, and I understand that that's very common with public safety entities. However, I think that it really puts our residents at risk, you know, and I'm not willing to say, no, you don't get to vote on it. And fingers crossed that we're able to complete the fire station with 20 million. Like, that's too risky for me. So I'm comfortable with 50 million or police and fire together, but I'm not going to pick because I don't think that's fair and that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what's critical is fire, because we've heard that their response times might lead to loss of life. And we heard from police, it's not as critical because they're patrolling, they're responding to calls all over the city. They're not with trucks waiting for a call. And if the fire moves to a new fire station, that it lets the police have a lot more space, and crowding, et cetera, was one of the key arguments for the police station. Doesn't take care of all the technology and all the other police needs, but that's technology is not in the $20 million range. The option in the staff report that I'm referring to is option 1, construction of a new fire station with an approximate cost of $16 million. And so if staff tells me they're confident that $20 million covers it, I'm fine. If staff tells me they'll feel better if it's 22 million or 24 million to cover the fire station, I didn't come up with 16 million. I trust staff came up with that for, you know, based on some good numbers. Whatever it costs to build a new fire station, I'm trying to deal with reality. We need 67%. We got 51%. It would be beyond miracle to get 51 up to 67 for a high bond measure. We're praying that we can boost 51 to 55, and that the majority of California voters in this day and age who think there's an economic downturn, which I have not heard anyone say that we're in an economic downturn, but it feels that way to some people. And so to assume that the California majority is going to vote to make it easier, take money out of their pocket and get us down to the 55% threshold, that still means we have a heavy lift to go from 51 to 55. How do we do that? The consultants told us every drop in bond amount gets you a couple of points. And so I think that 20 million has a good chance of getting to 55, dependent on the state bond measure, which doesn't have a good chance, in my opinion. So that's my logic. Let's go to Elizabeth and then maybe Kathy, and then back to the public. I'm sorry, back to the presentations. Is that okay?
Yes, just very short, Mr. Mayor. I made that same mistake that you just made. I did it when I was very tired, when it's close to midnight, thinking that if we build a new fire station, then the police can have that building by themselves. No, because if we build a new fire station on California Avenue, the fire staff from the airport will move into Palm. So they will still be cramped in there with firefighters. That's correct? Yes. So, yes. So just to clarify, it's complicated. I know it's tough, but yes. So thank you. And I'm looking forward to the other presentations.
Okay, maybe we'll talk more about that when fire resumes their presentation. Councilmember Biala?
I just wanted to ask our consultant Anthony about the language on the ballot measure. I know you were saying we have a very limited amount of words, but the ballot language you said would talk about the assessed value of the property, et cetera. But is there any prohibition against us using example and put the dollar amount based on a monthly rather than annual payment? Because people grasp the impact on their monthly ballot. If you say it on a year basis, somehow it seems so big. And I'm worried that we will be conveying, if you said for me today that I should cough up $500 versus if you ask me to withhold something of value for $22 a month, could I do one or the other? And it just has a very different psychological and also real. I mean, they're both real. They're both the truth about the amount spent, but one is really, I think, more practical to the average person. And so I'm asking, is there any prohibition that we can't use that language in a monthly basis versus an annual?
This is Brian Quint speaking, and the answer is no. We do not have the ability to do that on the ballot measure. Two things to mention. There is also a tax rate statement that would be part of the measure. It will be not in the 75 words, but it will be in the booklet, and it will indicate how much it would be on a per $100,000 basis and also on a $100 basis. In order to provide the information to the public on what it would be for an average home, that would be part of the informational material that would be used once it gets on the ballot. There's going to be an effort, obviously, to educate the voters to know what it is that they're voting for, and that promotional material. And I don't mean promotional in the sense of, yes, you should vote for this. This is what it means to you, would definitely include examples of what it would be for a particular size home with a particular assessed value and what it would mean for them. And it could very well be on a monthly basis or on an annual basis in that material, but not on the ballot statement.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Yes, as long as it's somewhere, and we do attempt to identify the monthly impact. Thank you very much.
Let's begin with our presentations, starting with our consultant. Thank you, Tyson, for round two and your patience.
Good evening. Oh, I did that last time. I'm going to try to be super efficient because I think most everyone has heard this. Thanks.
There are people
That's
online
true.
that haven't
That's
heard
true.
round one.
That's true. So, okay. So quick, kind of offering of who I am. Again, my name is Tyson Klein. I'm with RNG Architects. We are an architectural firm out of San Luis Obispo, Ventura, and San Diego. I run both Ventura and the San Luis Obispo office. Majority of the work that we do is public institutional facilities. We do city halls, police stations, fire stations, schools. We're in this world. We're in this conversation always and constantly. So a lot of the work that we do are master plan efforts, our facilities assessment projects, and we interact with community groups and councils and police and fire on a daily basis. So we're here to kind of offer up our thoughts about your potential bond effort here. We were contracted to basically deliver kind of 3 or 4 things. The first being a needs assessment. And I'll just generally talk about the needs assessment as, well, what do you have now and what do you need to provide the correct services for your community? And we kind of distilled that down to a conversation about square footage. It's an easy thing to understand. Is this room big enough? Is this room too small? Those types of things. The second thing that we were asked to provide is a condition assessment. And my earlier joke was, this building has a wonderful blue tarp on its roof right now. that is a current condition, right? We can see that. We can kind of talk about its effects and what it means to potentially repair those issues. That's a condition assessment. The fourth thing is we were asked to look at various site locations throughout the city. And those were kind of a myriad of locations. And that was the effort that we worked with you on last time. We've kind of put that to the side because I think the discussion tonight is really about understanding the needs and the conditions, and then ultimately what council wants to do for the community in terms of providing these facilities or not. And then the fourth item is really the recommendations based on our experience, based on working with other cities. And we're going to show you some example or how other cities relate to your city here in a second. What would be our just general recommendations? At the end of the day, this is your decisions, community's decisions. So they're just recommendations from an architect, from a series of architects. So, and please interrupt me whenever you need to.
1 second.
Please.
Let's wait until your presentation is over before questions and
Okay.
comments.
Thank you. So I just want to point out that we're going to talk to you about a needs assessment. And I just want to, I'm going to change this up a little bit based on what the conversation has happened today. And that is understanding that we're going to give you kind of a seismic study, which we did, which says, if you look at other cities in our area, Southern, Central California, and we look at Marina, how does it size up? And I just want to point out that we're using 2020 numbers, right? We're using older numbers, the data that we can pull out now. The really great thing about your community, it is growing. And as I said earlier, that's also kind of a tough thing too, because you are growing. And it would appear that your facilities may not kind of be keeping up with that growth, your community number growth. So, yeah, we kind of already covered that. I'm going to try to be efficient with this. So let's talk about this needs assessment. The process we took through, as was just discussed, we actually put questionnaires together. We had everyone fill out questionnaires at the staff level. We actually did interviews at the staff level with all directors and staff, and tried to get an understanding of what works and what doesn't work. And really looking at how the facilities shape the culture of City Hall and police and fire, and how that culture is then presented back to the community and vice versa. How you interact with the communities is often important to the cities that we talk to. And it seems to be you guys are really engaged in your community as evident, right? And so are you reflecting the best of the city now? And in doing so, we were able to come up with rough square footage numbers. Have we designed a new city hall? No, we have not. But we do have an understanding of what the needs are. And we also wanted to be very clear. I think there was a question that maybe even the mayor had last time is, how do we know these are real numbers? And we've been using kind of the understanding of other city halls and fire stations, police stations, community centers to let us understand when a director may say, well, I'd like a big office with this, to understand the real needs are, you need multifunctional spaces, you need storage for flexibility. I'm saying all that to tell you that we don't have a plan today, that this is the city hall, and this is exactly the way it lays out. But we do have is a really good understanding of how big this facility needs to be. And what we've been able to do is compare that to other cities. And if you look, well, actually, I should say this real quick. So in doing so, we just did some really rough numbers about, okay, PD right now, as we mentioned earlier, is what, 5,000 square feet. And really should be somewhere probably around 13,000 square feet. And, fire is at 7, it probably should be 17,000 square feet. And same with City Hall. You can see we're kind of, if we add all that up, we're at like 25,000 square feet. We probably should be somewhere around 50,000 square feet. Okay, well, why is that helpful? I'm not presenting you a building plan. Well, it's helpful because what we wanted to do is we wanted to look at how you rank up with other communities in your area, a peer review, if you will. And so the easiest way to do that is this kind of size metrics that we use, where we take your square footage and we divide it by, the population per capita, and we get kind of a matrix there. We get a number that we can evaluate. And that's what this, albeit cumbersome graphic, is trying to show you. On average, in our communities, generally speaking, we've got a low of 0.4 and we've got a high of 2.4. Well, if you look for fire, we're below that. For police, we're below those low numbers. And if you look just at the city hall services, we're below the low as well. So, and I also I didn't mention this last time, I apologize. If you look at the very bottom, that's using current population of 22, I think it is, 22,000. I know there's a debate going on of where we're going to be in the city, but please understand this is a per capita, and this is just a matrix. It's just kind of gut check. Are we providing enough facilities to serve our community in relationship to other communities? I would humbly say that we're undersized currently, drastically. And even if we were to make those numbers happen, I would still say we're on the very low side of this chart. So if that is the needs assessment, if that is how much of this stuff do we need, maybe we should take a step back and understand what we have what do we have now. And so this is the condition assessment, and the condition assessment including, well, Ansgar's not here, but you remember my fun German friend that's right with me at all times, climbing under all these buildings and climbing in attics and taking we have a couple interns that help us do all the as-built drawings and stuff. So we dug into the buildings and started to understand. We were talking earlier about life cycle analysis. Where are these buildings in their life cycle? Are they at the end of life? Are they, hey, this is a great building. So you can see we went through as-built drawings, site observations. We took a look at the age, structural, the envelope, do the roofs leak, that type of thing. And then compared cost from repair versus replacement. And I tried to make this analogy last time, and to build a new building is very easy, right? We know what it's going to take to put up a new building. To actually work with an existing building, I can't tell you with certainty what's on the other side of this drywall. And so there's a lot of unknowns that go into that. So when we start looking at cost factors, we have to put in money for the unknown. And so I just want you to understand that when it's, when we say dollars per square foot for replacement and dollars per square foot for new, you'll see the numbers are kind of odd, but it is quite expensive to plan for public facilities to rehab them or modernize them. So real quickly, let's just run through the facilities, and I'll just kind of give you the overview. And if you don't mind, we're going to talk about the public safety facility, the building over here, police and fire. We're going to talk about City Hall. We're going to talk about this building, which is council chambers, obviously City Hall's next door. And then we're going to talk about what I think you call also the annex, which is down the hill. So real quick, public safety facility, it's 12,000 square foot building. It's actually a really good building. It's a healthy building. It's got good structure. It's got a great envelope. It's too small for both of these gentlemen and all their people crammed into that facility based on the needs assessment, but it's a really good building. It's got good bones, as people say. The only other issue with that, and there was a good little debate we had, is it's a 1993 building, and it meets current code, or meets code requirement for 1993. We now have an Essential Service Facilities Act that requires us to, when we build new buildings, that police and fire facilities and EOCs and things like that are designed to a higher standard.
Can you say what EOC is?
So that's another use. So yeah, so I'm sorry, an EOC is an Emergency Operations Center. That's what we call it here too, right? Yeah, it's an Emergency Operations Center. And right now, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but your EOC is where right now? Yeah, so
What's CSUMB, Doug? Just kidding.
and that was rude of me because I was actually leading the witness. Did you see what I did there? We don't have one right now. So, and that's part of this conversation is an emergency. I mean, a space like this could become an EOC, but I will tell you right now, in a major event, this building's not of that. If that building's not making current code, this building definitely isn't. So it's just a higher level of structural design really that makes a building withstand a higher, usually earthquake, truthfully. The building is perfectly safe. I don't want it to be thought that that building is not safe. It just doesn't meet the current code requirements. Okay, so great building, probably is too small for its current function. In stark contrast to City Hall as we know it now, it's a modular building. This is these are two, lack of better, trailer pieces, right? It's a modular construction. That's not to take away from this building. It's actually a really cool building from an architectural standpoint, but it's lived its life, and it, you know, it's made of materials that have a certain life cycle. And I would make the argument that this building is kind of at its end of its life. That City Hall more so than this building, but I would put them in the same category. The annex, I believe, was built as a commercial strip mall and has been since occupied by City Hall and functions, you know, as kind of a front door to City Hall, right? If I go to get my permits or go to planning, that's kind of the front door. That's part of the front door to City Hall. It's in good condition. It's got good structural bones. It doesn't leak. It's got good envelope. There's nothing wrong with that building. It is slightly detached from the functions of City Hall. You know, there's not kind of a one-stop shopping, if you will, which we talk to a lot of government agencies about, okay, what does it mean to come to the front door to City Hall? And it's kind of odd on campus, if I'm being honest. So, which, you know, is something to discuss. And then finally is this facility, which is the council chambers. There was a study, and I think it was about $1 million, 1.2 or something. I can't remember what year, I apologize, to actually rehab this building. And I think that's a really good example, because I think it was 1.1 or $1.2 million. And if you look at what was suggested in that study, I think it was re-roof, mechanical system, lighting, and restrooms. Right, creating 8A. So at the end of that, and you look around and you go, okay, what did we get for one? You're not going to get a lot. Didn't really change the envelope. It didn't change the foundation. You know, all the things that you kind of see and present to the community and your staff, it's not really going to change that. So the question becomes, is it better to rebuild? Is it, you know, is it more cost effective to actually just build something new? Again, that's a question, not a statement. And then finally, just kind of putting all that together and doing the analysis of rebuild versus new construction, and just kind of looking at, well, the public safety is a good building. City Hall is a poor building. Annex is a great building. It's a retail facility. So it's really more about the idea of the building and how you present yourself than anything else. It functions perfectly fine. And I would put this building in the same category as City Hall. So, and this is kind of how we did that analysis, where you look at replacement value versus new construction. And is it better to, replacement versus rehabilitation. And there's a little bit of math here where we can kind of come up with a matrix that says, okay, maybe at 0.5 repair, it makes more sense. 0.3 repair makes more sense. 0.3 to 0.6. Questionable, and then 0.6 is repairs unlikely. It's just kind of numbers that just kind of help us gut check ourselves. So all of that to say, and I know I'm going on quite long, all of that to just kind of say the public safety is a good building. We believe in that building. We think you could do great things in that building. Is it ideal for police and fire? I would argue it's not. It is really unfortunate what police staff have to do to actually operate in it. I know you actually had to go buy a truck to just fit the building at one point. So it doesn't, it's not an ideally suited building, but what could it be? What other uses could go into it? Are there other community uses or other things that the city could use it for, because it's got great bones. The annex, I think, is a huge question. I don't think I have an answer. You could repair it and use it as it is today. You could sell it. You could rent it. There's a lot of potential things. I know that there's been a conversation, not to make this about the land at all, but there's a big piece of land here. Could it become community uses as well as civic center uses? Council chambers and the city hall building are rough. They're really rough. And they're not, these buildings are thin, light buildings. So there's not, I wouldn't say there's good bones. So to throw money at these two structures is tough. It's hard to recommend that. Even when we were trying to say, well, what could we do to bring these up to code, let alone just, a healthy environment to work in. And I really just want to say, I really appreciate the conversation you were having about retention and getting, we are having that conversation post-COVID with right now we're doing, Santa Barbara County, we're doing a office for their probation department. And they're so concerned about getting good people. And so they're putting all this energy into the working environment with the idea that they're going to be able to attract good people. So communities and districts are talking about that right now. And I really appreciate that that was actually part of your conversation. And I think that and maybe it's a knee-jerk reaction, and maybe it's naive of me, but it really seems like fire needs to go. It obviously needs to go somewhere else because of proximity, but also just to provide modern firefighting environments with I'm not sure everyone knows, but fire stations are not the fire stations of your grandfathers. They actually have hot zones where you're bringing in contaminants, and we're actually doing, you bring the vehicle in here and turnouts go over here and they're washed out before you can even go on the station, because we're realizing now that they're actually pretty bad environments, our firefighters are working in. So we're not doing that now for our firefighters here locally. So I know this is just opinions, and I think that's we're just offering those up for suggestions, but you've got some buildings that have great bones, and then you have others that are tough. And I think all that we were here to do is provide you an understanding that something probably needs to happen with these buildings. And I wish I could tell you what to do, but it's really just kind of taking the information and understanding what you guys think the threshold of pain, I guess, the community can bear, and understanding all the working pieces of delivering these services correctly to the community. So I think that's it. I know that was kind of rambling, but I would try to go fast. And I'm here for questions.
All right, Tyson, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So our process is first to ask the folks in person here, if you have any questions or comments, come on up, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have prepared 7 questions in writing, but I don't think I need to take a lot of your time. So what I request is you review the question and provide the answer by next Friday. So if I don't receive any response by Friday, you can count a vote not on your whatever option you propose. So we are here at a difficult situation. We could have passed the bond in 2022, but the reason is you didn't listen to us. You did it your own way, and many people, they can pay $30 per month, but they will vote no on whatever you propose because you didn't address the concern. You didn't answer their questions. So that's why we are. So if you fail in the November election, you fail the any option, you should go with option 5. What is option 5? Option 5 is the people option. We're going to tell you what we can pay for your facility. You don't understand, in the 1990s, when the economy was bad, why did we vote for the existing police fire station? I think it got 68 or 72%. It surprised the whole county, and it didn't believe it. So why did we vote for the Marina library with 80% vote? Because we drive the process. We spend our own money and our own time to get 80% vote. So that's a lesson for you if you want to proceed with any bond measure. So here are the 7 copies for the council, city manager, and city attorney.
Thank you, Peter.
I didn't realize Guido was in the back of the room.
He wasn't
And
earlier. He came midstream.
I'll try and address a little bit of a misunderstanding. On July 1st, I initially went to City Hall. I asked to examine the RNT report. I was told that they didn't have it at City Hall and to go to the planning department. At the planning department, that's when I was introduced to Guido. And Guido, I've seen him working on the general land use plan. And I will say, I can draw up the details of that Marina 2045, the general plan update on my phone and be able to read it quite well. It's very thorough. It's comprehensive in its detail. And it's great work, Guido, but I don't see any information in
John,
here.
we have to ask you to.
I don't see any information in here about City Hall. The general plan update, you can see that people will say it's a roadmap for the future. But there's no reference to City Hall. It has an element in it for the downtown vitalization, and that refers to things such as strip malls, but no mention of City Hall. And this is your plan, your general plan for a vision 20 years out. Now, when I met with Guido and I asked him about and said that I wanted to be able to examine the R&T report, what I saw was kind of a quizzical response. He said, and I think if I remember correctly, he did say R&T, and I said Riesling, Nakamura, Terada Architects study. And he said they didn't have it in their office and suggested I submit a Public Records Act request. This was on the morning of July the 1st. On the afternoon of July the 1st, I submitted 3 Public Records Act requests. They were very specific. One, I wrote, the city contracted with Riesling, Nakamura, and Terada Architects to conduct a community facilities need assessment. R&T presented preliminary data at a city council meeting on April 30th, 2024. I would like to have copies of A, the contract with specific scope of work for R&T, and B, the final report provided by R&T. In addition, I would like to know the total amount the city paid to R&T for this work. I received a response from the city on July the 19th that said, the city has determined it may be in possession of documents responsive to your request. However, and it goes on to make a basic statement, and it provides the kind of disclaimer that or exclusion that documents or information where the public interest served by not disclosing the record clearly outweighs the public interest served by disclosing the record, then you may not need to provide that. That's 18 days after I submitted the request that I received that response. Now, it's my understanding that as a citizen, I can go to a government office and I can make a very clear and genuine request to review a document that I believe the city might hold, and that if they have it, I should be able to be provided access to it. at that time. If they don't have it, then perhaps set up a schedule, or if it's not a good time, could set up a schedule to review it. There's a 10-day period to respond to a written request with a possible 14-day extension. So the July 19th response is within that larger 24-day window.
Excuse me, John, I have to interrupt because the 5 minutes is up.
I will just say, I have made an effort to try and be informed about the details as you have developed pursue your discussion on the bond. And I've been stonewalled.
Thank you, John. Okay. City manager, do you have any feedback on John's comments?
No, I'm aware of those, and we are getting that information, and we will definitely respond to it. It's just timing. I was on vacation. We're preparing for this presentation. We've got other public records requests, but we'll absolutely be responsive. And there's nothing that you requested that we can't either put together or get to you.
Okay, so the disclaimer was just standard boilerplate language.
Correct.
It wasn't specifically responding to his request. It was just a general, here's what you get after 14 days.
Correct. We absolutely don't want to stonewall or anything like that. That was not the issue. Our goal in this whole process is to get information out to the public, and we appreciate people that are engaged like John. They're asking a lot of questions and want the information. So we do appreciate that.
Okay, so he has access to the document that we have. That's public, but the guts and the calculations that went into this document are separate.
Yeah, well, we don't have and we didn't hire RNT to do a comprehensive, final full report of everything. What we do have is just various analysis. What I will ask RNT to put together in just a document form is all the information that they have compiled, and we'll put that together in a document. As soon as we do, we'll make that available. Right now, they haven't done that, so I don't want to storm on and say he has access to pretty much everything we have here, but we'll have them kind of put in a comprehensive report and make that available.
Okay, so not even staff has what the citizen is requesting.
Correct. A lot of things when you're in draft mode, we're just putting drafts together and information together, and it's the final documents that are available there. And so this is a work in progress.
Okay, so could it be said that rather than stonewalling, we're trying to pull things together that aren't even required for us to pull together?
Right. We're
so
correct.
It's the opposite of stonewalling. It's like we don't have what you are asking for, so we can't give it to you, but we're going to work to pull it together, which is above and beyond what the law requires, because we want you to have the information and we don't want to stonewall you.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go online and to Jeffrey Markham. Welcome back, Jeffrey. Oops, Jeffrey, please be patient. I'm trying. Okay.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're good. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thanks. Thank you to everyone for the presentations. To the RNT presenter, you did assessments of existing structures and if that would be possible to bring them up to code. And you did assessments of new construction, what that would be in cost structure. Did you do any assessment of refurbishment of existing structures? Because memory serves me that there was a structure just south of the dunes. I think it's got 6 bays and was a former fire station for Fort Ord, and the Marina City and Seaside went into negotiations about refurbishing that building, and Seaside decided to go their own way, and so Marina decided not to pursue that any further. Was that discussed with you about a potential existing structure that could be refurbished? And I bring that up because with our existing aquatic center and the roller hockey, existing structures brought down the cost quite significantly. So was that something you were asked to assess or were aware of?
And Tyson, before you answer that, you're welcome to. Let's turn it over to the city manager to give a little summary of the 8th Street near 2nd Avenue fire station potential.
Yeah, that's an old structure. We did not have them look at that. And one of the primary reasons is it's in the wrong location. So it doesn't make any sense to even look at refurbishing that building. And essentially you wouldn't be refurbishing that. You'd have to be building a whole new structure on that site anyway.
Okay, so it was too far south to meet our needs and too far north to meet Seaside needs. So it was not a collaborative project. And once that was decided, we went to California Avenue, or sorry, 3rd Avenue, Imgen Parkway.
Correct.
Okay, so Tyson, I think you're spared. All right. Jeff, did you have any more questions or comments? Or did we not fully answer that question?
I'm not sure who assessed that it was too far south because it was in none of the assessments that the previous response report did with the fire district. They did not even consider that site. So I'm not sure how you came to that determination.
All right, Jeff, our fire chief is stepping up to the podium. Thank you, Doug.
So we've had 2 separate fire studies done by 2 separate companies. And we looked at that location when we had our first fire study done. And then when we also did the fire study looking for a co-located fire station with Seaside, when we had City Gate, we looked at that location, and it was not a location that would work for a joint fire station, nor would it work for a Marina City fire station. It was just in the wrong place. And so that location was looked at and evaluated and said it discarded. It just wouldn't work.
Doug, I'm sorry, Jeffrey. I'm sorry, Doug. I meant to say, Jeffrey, did you have any more comments or questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to iPad guest next, and we'll try to get you going here. Go ahead, iPad guest.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. My name is Brian McCarthy. I am speaking to you tonight just as a resident of Marina. I might sound a little bit different. I'm ill tonight, and I'm sorry I can't be in the room with you. But again, just to clarify, I'm speaking as a resident. I continue to support putting a larger bond on the ballot for the people to decide. I do think passage is much more of a trust issue than it really is the difference of Kathy's full Chipotle bowl versus half of a Chipotle bowl. And so that's why one of the reasons I support putting the larger amount on the ballot. I really suggest the city be strategic. I know this council and previous councils have really talked about leveraging the reality that some support public safety and some support recreation. So, for example, if you were to put just the 2 public safety issues on the bond, you kind of lose that leverage of appealing to both areas of interest in future bond measures. So that might mean, putting just police or fire, or putting both, but ensuring that you have all the recreation elements that you absolutely want, because losing that leverage in the future might mean you lose the opportunity to do another bond to fulfill those needs. My last comment is just kind of echoing what some council members have said, and that is that I think there's a lot to be done whether this bond passes in November or not. I think that a future bond measure is going to take a little bit more effort and work than maybe with what has been put into this one so far. I think that the public, what I hear is asking for a little bit more detail and information, and I think that that's going to have to be required for a future bond measure. And then I also think that budget cuts are probably going to be in line if we don't get this passed. So I think that's something that's going to need to be talked about and thought about. But again, I support a larger bond measure, and I hope that the public will support it as well. But only time will tell. So thank you for hearing me out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian, and best wishes in your recovery to full health as soon as possible. Okay, anyone else online who would like to speak? We'll give you another moment to raise your hand. And by the way, Brian McCarthy is also council member Brian McCarthy, but tonight, as he mentioned, he was speaking as a public commenter? Okay, we'll close public comment. And City Council, let's try to make our piece here brief. If you have questions or comments, and then we'll move on to the fire chief's presentation. Councilmember Viala?
Yeah, I just want to ask Lane's presentation and R&T, your presentation. I have so many handouts here, but I don't think I had either one of them. So could I please have a hard copy of their presentations? There are some other ones that have parts of it, but the one you showed, I really need it. So I understand the value of you assessing all the different, what were they, 5 structures, and that's helpful for us to answer some questions from the public, because I think people are always saying, well, why couldn't we save this one? Or, why wouldn't we, just repair it or something? So I think we needed that, but it also kind of takes us down a different pathway of saying, well, these 2 are salvageable, these 2 have to go. And then we've omitted the opportunity for us to do a sort of a combined vision of what our whole city needs as a whole, because now we're piecemealing everything. And I don't think we're going to get a chance to do this again. So even if we use your valid information and say, well, these 2 we want to salvage, but the other 2 we're going to build someplace else. So the value is limited. It's appreciated. It's necessary for people to understand what kind of condition, because they would have asked. But in terms of our overall use of it, I don't know that we should be trying to do that based on individual structures. I think our task here is to do something big that needs to be addressed, that was kicked down the road, as I said many times before, and this isn't going to be useful to us. Not to say it's not valuable, because it really is. So thank you for your important information.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate how it's based off of square footage and the needs versus what we actually have. And then with building, this is the dollar amount per square foot. So I understand that we're just in baby steps, right? We're nowhere near the colors of anything, or hopefully it will be an improvement from a blue tarp on the roof. But I appreciate the explanation of this is sort of where we are. And I also understand with the public, that's not the details. We want more information, so it's sort of this push and pull. However, getting to here has been an investment from the city, with the consultants and the various reports, and the outreach. So I really appreciate your work. And just how very clear and simple it is to understand. It's in the data, right? We are failing. It's not even we're kind of okay. I mean, we're off the charts. It's so bad, so we can have the voters decide if this is the direction. Or, I mean, I think that's sort of what I'm hearing, is to at least let the voters decide. So, and hopefully, I was a little disappointed to hear that even with this investment and improvements, we might still be on the low end. So that's how desperate this scenario is. That's, that for me was a very good reality check. And so just thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the second presentation. It's good to hear it again. I'll be brief. My question is, do you expect the facility cost estimates to be sufficient for buildings that still need to be designed and then constructed? And to show that I know it's not black and white, I looked up the price of, or I don't know if you can see this, the price of steel since 2010. It went from less than $2,000 per ton, metric ton, to almost 6,000, and then it's going down again. So I know this is hard, but what can you say? Is it already built? Is it on the conservative side?
So we have, just so we're all clear, we call this ROM costing. It's rough order of magnitude. And the way we do this is we base it on a price per square foot. Obviously, we don't have the buildings designed, but we do this a lot at this phase, early phase. It's just kind of a gut check. Are we close? And so what we do is we look at costs that we've seen in other jurisdictions, trying to make it regional too. I don't want to give you San Diego numbers. I want to give you regional numbers. But we also add escalation costs.
Okay.
And that's the toughest thing to help districts and cities understand is that, I mean, we're working on a gym project right now for a high school, and they put it off by 2 years, and it's gone up $12 million just by waiting. And that sounds like such a threat. The more we wait, the more it goes up. And so that's not answering your question, but to answer your question is we have escalation in there, and we've got design contingencies on top of that, or construction contingencies on top of that. But please understand, it's based on ROM costs, price per square foot. The way we control cost is twofold. We can make a building bigger, or we can make it smaller. We can make it more expensive, or we make it cheaper, right? The price to rebuild this building in sticks, 2x4s and plywood, as opposed to your steel number, those are two different price per square foot, right? But what we really hope to engage, and this gentleman actually was giving me some really good hard questions earlier about, life cycle and making sure we're designing buildings that don't put you maybe in this scenario in 30, 40 years, that we give you a building that's got better life cycle. So it's a balancing act. And yes, I would argue your numbers are low. Your square footages still are low, but we probably need to be low because we need the cost to be low. So hopefully one day we get to design you a building, and we're talking about the next step is to take those ROM costs and actually understand a chamber is this expensive and offices are and start to refine that. But answer your question is yes, we've calculated for that.
So you feel comfortable, if I add up, the public safety buildings and the city hall and the chambers, it comes to $55 million. So suppose we up to 55 million, is it realistic that it can be built for that amount if we don't delay too much? But it will always cost time to just.
It will always cost.
Yeah.
And we actually gave the city, there's a price breakdown that we gave you, kind of the executive summary version tonight, but there's more data behind that. And I think what we did is we did a 2-year escalation. So that's where our numbers kind of went out to. Knowing that, design and approvals, it's probably 2 years out.
Yes.
But after that, then I would say maybe not.
So if it goes on the ballot, if it gets approved, we would be able to sell the annex and use that money towards, paying off the bond sooner if we don't need it for any extra expenses. So just to throw that in there. And I agree that we're off the charts. It's so bad. We're not even on the chart. So we need the square footage. Even if we would refurbish buildings, we cannot make them bigger. But I would like for us to build in expansion options for any buildings that are being constructed. Look at expansion options on the site, or already construct them in a way that an extra floor can be added without having to rebuild the whole building. So anyway, those are things that we can build in.
Please understand that, I keep saying we haven't designed the building, but there's some efficiencies that we dual purpose space. An EOC could be a training facility, right? And I know that sounds like I'm arguing the point that let's give them a new facility, but if they did have joint facilities, we could talk about a joint training facility that's also an EOC. So those are the things that we haven't calculated or figured out yet, but we would talk about that. If and when, hey, we're over $1 million, we need to, value engineer is what we call it, but it's just cost cutting. We would talk about those types of things.
Or we can do it anyway, even if we're not over. We
If
can
we-
try to no, really, we can try. I'm Dutch, so so thank you. And I have another just a remark, and that's for the next subject probably, because thank you, Tyson, because you did mention that hot zone for the fire station. I did my homework this afternoon. I looked that up. Why fire stations need new designs. It's about the continued research and heightened awareness on firefighter health and safety have had an impact on station designs. There's a lot of bad stuff that they work with. So you want to have that separate from their living quarters. Have a red, yellow, and a green zone. That's it, Mr. Mayor. I'll stop. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember working in a naturally occurring asbestos zone of 50,000 acres in San Bernardino County. And after we worked in that environment outdoors during the day, we'd have to go into a trailer, dirty side, clean side. You drop your clothes in the dirty side, you take a shower in the middle, you step into the clean side, and your dirty clothes are bagged up and taken to a asbestos cleaning facility. So it was a decontamination, and the firefighters are in burning asbestos and burning wood and burning this and that gets on their clothes, and they don't have a hot zone. So they trudge it through. They don't take a shower before going into the clean zone. Their dirty zone, clean zone are the same zone. And that's not okay. Especially when they're doing it every day, whereas we were doing it maybe a couple times a month. And we still went through this intensive decon process where we'd clean out the vehicle, hose it down on the inside, clean it underneath. Everything got decontaminated for the asbestos concern.
With asbestos, one fiber can kill you. So,
One fiber can give you
yeah.
lung disease. Okay, my questions are basic. Do we know the cost to repair the chamber? Is it still 1.2 million plus escalation? A ballpark? We're talking about this building.
So that's a loaded question. I'll give you a loaded answer. So the answer is repair it to what level? And I please don't quote me because my memory is probably not perfect. But if I remember that report, that study offered basically mechanical, electrical, roofing, and I forgot, but it sounds like there was accessibility upgrades to the restroom for 1.24 years ago. So
2 million, let's just say.
Yeah,
maybe higher.
And so we spent 2 million to rebuild a room. And what do we have? As opposed to, and again, I sound like I'm trying to lead you down a path. I'm not. I just want to give you information. I also have a building that I'm only going off of historic drawings on. So when I'm saying I've got to put new mechanical stuff on the roof, I'm assuming I know what the beams are in there. And I open them up and half of them are rotted out. That's the unknown factor. I'm a historian at heart. I want to keep every historic building I can. I'm not sure this is a historic building, right? But
it's getting close.
My point in saying that, and I'm glad you're laughing and not yelling, but my point in saying that is that I'm always trying to save the building. And we go into these buildings and we start digging into them, and it just becomes the unknown cost. Now we're out to bid, and now we've got change orders because we opened up the ceiling that we were going to put a mechanical. We don't even have rafters in it that are
okay. So what I'm getting at is plan B, alternatives, disclosing to the public what we considered, what we set aside as not desired. So we're going for this bond instead. If they haven't seen the work that we've done, if we haven't done the work and shared it with them, then they're going to suspect trust issue, as Brian said, that we haven't done our homework and we're asking them for money before we did our homework. So if it's $2 million for this building and we end up with a substandard building for $2 million, we're less than 21 million as plan B for the community center. So now I go over to City Hall. If we were to bulldoze that and replace it with a modular building, what is the cost? What's the price? Ballpark, ROM price.
I mean, and you said we're going to redo a modular building?
Just like that, but new.
Well, I mean, we're doing modular buildings at, $450 a square foot. So I can't tell you how, but my question to you is, that's on a slope. So that's $450 a square foot on a flat lot. So it's probably more than that,
So ballpark, 5 million, 2 million,
possibly,
8 million.
possibly.
So let's just stop there. So 2 million here, 8 million there, 10 million as an alternative to 21.5 million. I think that's the kind of information that people want. We can say for 21 million, you get a more modern, adequate, spaced building. If we don't do that, if we say no to that, if it fails, plan B is not to do nothing. Plan B is to spend half that for a much less quality building.
Can I speak out of turn for
Yeah.
1 second? So I want to, Councilmember Biala's comment about the information we gave is only half useful, and I would agree. I will tell you a quick little story of a school district we work with that they had no support on their bond. And the superintendent had this bright idea to have an open house, and they walked the entire community through the school. So all the people that didn't even know what the school looked like walked through the school and the campus and looked at all of the issues. There was no report. They had hot dogs and soda, and they brought them through, and they got full support on the bond. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying the educational component, there is value to understanding the conditions of your facility. They're abnormally substandard.
I'm sorry.
They're abnormally substandard for
Our 2 buildings here are abnormally substandard.
Yes.
That's probably why our deputy city clerk is giving me dirty looks the last 5 minutes I'm talking about this. Okay, so let me ask our city manager, would it be possible prior to August 7th to get ballpark costs to repair our chambers and to replace City Hall with something similar to what we've got, but not 45 years old?
And we'll work with R&D and we can refine that the best we can. I think I think from there.
Okay. We've heard alternative B, we've heard the public saying alternatives. If we say that's disgusting, we don't even want to go there, that's not getting us votes for our bond. What's getting us votes for the bond is telling them what plan B is, what the alternatives are, so they can make an educated choice. Don't give them it's this or nothing. And they say, okay, then nothing, because I don't understand what you're doing. I don't want to pay more money. We understand, but they may not.
May I ask a clarifying question if we were to do that? So in that scenario where we were redoing modular construction for modular construction, does it assume the existing square footage?
Well, if it's just a matter of multiplication, do the square footage that's there and do the square footage that's needed.
Okay. In its current location.
Yeah. Because that might be the cheapest thing to do if we don't get a bond.
Okay, we can do the math.
So if we all agree we don't want that and the bond doesn't pass, what's our next move? Okay. Anyway, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I'm sorry, that option just doesn't seem somehow right to me. It's like, why would we replace those things with another one that is cheaply made and that may last 5 to 10 years and 50 again? We'll be in the same situation. You can't replace these. There's something so fundamentally inadequate and totally not meeting our city's needs. I would be totally not in favor of replacing these things with something exactly like this. I don't see the logic in that one.
Modern modular buildings?
That don't meet any of our current needs. I mean,
well,
if we were, a city of 5,000 and we're putting this together because that's the only money we could do, that makes sense. But we're here right now struggling because we have grown totally out of these facilities, plus they're deplorable and they're beyond repair. So just because we're trying now to say the cheapest way to get this done is this, I don't think we want to go there. I'm sorry.
I asked for 2 prices, existing and meet needs. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I so wanted to say something because I agree. This would not even be my plan B. It would be plan Z or so. But I agree with you that if the bond doesn't pass, or if we need to do something, we might want to look at what's the cheapest solution for our beautiful city. But I would not choose this location because the parking is already way too small, and we already know that we need about 70% more for the 2022 numbers. How are we going to build in expansion options? Because otherwise, in a few years, we'll have thrown away the money. So, but it will be interesting if the expert will come up with some information. So, thank you. I'll stop now. I'll really stop this time. Thank you.
Okay. Last but not least, we're going to hear from the fire department for round 2. And then we'll go to public comment and then council comment, and then we'll adjourn.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and everybody that's still with us. Thank you. So I'm going to here talk a little bit about, we're talking about their different facilities, their critical need for the fire station. But before I get into that, I need to kind of discuss a little bit about response times and how important fire station locations are. This is one of the critical components of providing, proper fire service and your public safety. For NFPA times for fire department response should be 5 minutes and 20 seconds from the time the dispatching center receives a call till we arrive at scene. And if it's a fire, it's 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, the difference in the two between an EMS call and a structure fire and a fire response is just that you get an extra 20 seconds to put on additional protective gear before you get to the call. And this includes a time that, someone actually calls 911, they have to answer the call. The call taker needs to transfer the call, the information to the dispatcher. The dispatcher has to go through this process, and then they have to allow us, and then we have our turnout time. And that's when we're, getting into our gear, getting out to the apparatus, getting to the whatever engine we're taking, and then we have our response time. So if calculated in that response time is 40 minutes for travel time. And so the math we're going to look at is all based on 4 minutes for travel time. And that's how we come up. And this is through NFPA. So this is studies done nationwide. It's nothing local. So the first thing I want to talk a little bit about is, the medical. There's all list of medicals. We're not even talking about strokes. We're not even talking about major bleeds, which even could reduce the time. But kind of CPR is kind of one of the main ones that I'm going to talk about tonight for the medical side. And you can see that the sooner we get to a call and start valid CPR, the chances for the patient being resuscitated is very high. And you know that you probably read about studies done up in Seattle, I think was a big one they did. They teach everybody just basic CPR. And the results are the more people live. And I can tell you, like, there's a personal, and I mentioned this earlier tonight, and for those online, my own personal experience. I worked for North County for 28 years, and we have a lot longer response times. And, I've done CPR, but I only had one save. I mean, where we got to the person, did CPR, and, where they actually walked. We got the heartbeat back and a lot of things, and that person happened to be at the ball field right next to the fire station. Since I've been here in Marina, every year we have multiple people saved, that live in pretty close to the station. It makes a difference getting there on early time. And then fires. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the benefits of having a second engine company, but the fires are the same way. When you get past, you get up to that 9 minutes from the time the fire starts, the fire, it grows exponentially. And when you get up to that place, the fire is unsurvivable. So when we go to a structure fire, if we know somebody's in there, we're going to go inside and attempt to rescue. That's what we're going to do. If we're not sure, or if we don't have information, and there's some laws, OSHA laws and everything else that dictate this, but then we need to wait for our second engine to get there. And so get into a fire and get into it before it hits over a flashover or becomes that unrestricted fire growth. It's critical to get there in early time, put water in a fire, start suppression efforts to keep it from spreading, to find any viable victims that are still inside the fire. So you can see on the medical side and also for the fire side, the response times are critical. Is where it locked up last time. Thank you. Thank you. So these are our average response times. There's something wrong with the 2018 data, and I've had these slides up before, but we're right about 7 minutes, a little over 7 minutes average response times. And we measure the average response times at 90% of the time. Obviously, there's some more and there's some a lot less. But it's kind of an overall 90% response time. Looking at the data today, and it's actually gone quite a bit higher. You can see, and it kind of goes with the call volume. You can go back, when you go back to 2010, 2012, we had a smaller response area and less call volume. And this slide, the significance of this slide will come in a little bit later here, but you can see that like in 20 are overlapping calls. So this is really a call when our engine is on one call and we get another call. Doesn't matter what the call is, but one engine's out there and we get committed to another call, almost a third of the time. And it's even like tonight, we have an engine finally coming back, but we've had an engine out of fire. The last council meeting, when we were talking about this, we had 3 different calls during that council meeting where the second engine's coming in. And yes, we do, this was asked earlier, we do move up and things like that. We do everything we can to provide the best service to the community as a whole, but just with the sheer amount of call, they all seem, sometimes, they all come at once. And what's changing for our fire service, why we just had one fire station and one fire engine? The biggest thing is, we have our new construction, our growing population, which and that all equals increased call volume. I'm going to talk a little bit about it more later, but, we have a lot of heat maps we've done. The south end of the city and some of the areas by the VA and some of the other apartment complexes we go there quite a bit. And so every time we get there increasing call volume, which kind of goes up every year, our overlapping calls, same thing happens. Another thing to kind of keep in mind is that our current fire station, the airport station or the current station here that we're using today, will not house our new fire truck that we're getting. And the fire truck is a critical piece of apparatus that the city needs today. It's not something that we need for the future. It's just one of those critical pieces that we don't have. We depend on outside agencies for our truck services. I mean, and this is all Central Marina and Old Marina too. Even like the good example is the laundromat fire over there on Reservation Road. It wasn't until we got from Salinas and Palm Fire, Monterey, where we could actually put the fire out. Another item I want to point out is the majority of Central Marina is not sprinklered. All the houses are not sprinklered. With the new building laws coming into California, we're increasing our fire load. So the fire problem for the fire service and for cities and communities over the years with the building codes have actually been trending down a bit, But now, because of the new laws, all these new ADUs, JDUs, and these new residents we're building in the cities in Central Marina that do not have sprinklers or all the modern fire protection built into it. We're increasing the population and we're building all these little buildings. So right here, this is what our current station now and our current station two. So the airport station is, over up in the upper right-hand corner there. And so our current station one. And you can see these current gaps that we have today and having the 4-minute response time. You remember back to the first slide, we have our call processing time, our turnout time, plus the 4 minutes to get there. On the bottom, that's where Palm comes in to cover part of our city. So you can see that there's just a large portion of our city that we're not providing adequate fire protection today. This coverage map here, if you look at Site 5, and this is right around the area of California and 3rd, California Marina Heights Drive. It's the location on this map, Site 5. Shows the coverage. And you can see that it covers Central Marina pretty well. And it also covers all those outlying areas that South Marina all the way down to First, Diverty, and provides adequate coverage for down there.
Doug, can you clarify the location? Is it California and Imgen or 3rd and Imgen, or we don't know yet?
We're looking at California and Marina Heights. So right where Marina Heights comes down to California, there's a light there because of the train, and that fits right here in the map. I think the map was actually at, that one was closer to 3rd, but because of train, and we're looking at California and Marina Heights.
2 blocks.
Yeah, 2 blocks away. So this was just when we do get full build out, because I mentioned earlier, eventually this station will need to be relocated forth. I know it's not part of the bond measure, but I just wanted to assure people that we're thinking long term, what are we going to be able to do today and down the road? So right here, this map, it shows the coverage that we would have with the fire station over at California and Marina Heights Drive, the fire station 5 location. And when we get the other one, you'll see that we're able to cover the city adequately. And also we'll be able to, when we relocate station 1, it'll be able to adequately cover the Marina Heights stations. So let me go back. One of the things I wanted to point out, so when we build this fire station, if we build a fire station at Site 5, remember I've talked about earlier that we want a location of fire stations, think of a wagon wheel with the fire station in a hub and we go out. So you can see that with the new fire station at Site 5, and with the other one, Central Marina is going to be really covered. That's where our biggest fire problem is today too. I didn't talk about that earlier, but most of that whole area that we're looking is the area that has wood shake roofs and no sprinklers in the homes. And we have our most structure fires other than Cypress Knolls in that corridor there, in those areas. Because of the modern building standard design, we have had structure fires out in Shea Homes and Sea Havens, but this is where we have the most. So when we get a structure fire, we need to get people there as soon as possible. We're required really to have 15 people to do anything, to do full structure fire and operations, but we need to get 2 in, 2 out, we basically need 2 engine companies to go in and fight a fire. Yes, the first engine will get there, we'll take defensive actions. But unless there's a rescue, they can't really go inside. It would all be, from the exterior until we can get the second engine. So that's another, not only is that a benefit for the medicals, but for all the folks that live in Central Marina, when we do have a fire, and that's where we have our most fires, you're going to get 2 engine companies that are a lot quicker if they're both in quarters so that they can take actions to keep the fire from spreading, because we have, life safety, environment, we want to confine the fire and save as much property for the people that we can.
Doug, excuse me for needing to interrupt you right now, but we're approaching 10 o'clock. I'll motion that we continue this meeting until this item is completed.
A second.
Any comments before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Please proceed, Doug. Thank you.
Okay. And then I know there's the other question, the benefit to Central Marina to move it to the fire station site. So right now the fire station's at, the airport station. So right now, this station 1, is covering all that area. And we have a lot of hot spots, like I said earlier, around the VA clinic and everything else. When that station goes in, we will readjust the boundaries. We have it set up in CAD where it's a proximity where the closest fire engine goes to the call. So you can see that we're going to have, when that engine's out, they won't be going out as many times to the south side of the city right now. So instead of the engine that, call it the new station, will be covering all that area, relieving the station. So this station will be here to go more north to the city and cover those. So there is a huge advantage to the people that are living here in Central Marina, just with that alone.
I'm sorry. We'll ask questions later.
So I just kind of wanted, make the point. There is, obviously, we're going to benefit the people in South Marina, because we don't have anything right now. And it's going to help this first Central Marina, because that engine that's going out there won't be going out there anymore. And when we have a fire, we'll have more people there in time. And that was really the end of the show.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Let's go to the people in person here. If anyone has any questions on the fire presentation, please come on up, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
I just have a quick question of the chief. I didn't note that the current facility on Palm has a decontamination unit. Could you comment on that?
No, it doesn't. We have the turnout cleaning for the washer and dryer out at our airport station right now. And so right now, when we have a fire, we have to bag our stuff up and have somebody take it out there. But we do not have any decontamination facilities at either station.
So, Chief, well, I'm sorry. I'll ask later. Okay, anyone else in the house in person? I don't see anyone. So let's go to those online. Anyone online? And we'll start with Jeffrey Markham. Welcome back, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about whether the current plans take into account for the Marina Station development. I know in the developer agreement, there is a statement that the fire department agrees that the Palm Avenue station is sufficient to cover at least phase 1 of Marina Station, but subsequently there's going to be an assessment of whether there needs to be another station. I think between phase 1 and phase 4, I think the location was going to be in phase 4, how that affects the plans. And just a curious question, that area of Marina is actually farther away than Central Marina in terms of coverage. So how does that factor in?
All right. Chief, if we could ask you the short-term and long-term coverage plans for fire at Marina Station?
Yeah, the short term is we're gonna have to cover it out of our Palm Station. And the long term is we have a spot identified up at Beach and Del Monte in that area. That's where we're looking like at the lower lot at Vince DiMaggio Park. I think we've talked about that before, but eventually especially when Marina Station gets built out, that would be the relocating this engine company from here up to there.
Okay, and just to try to reduce confusion, we talk about Palm, and that's Presidio Monterey, and we talk about Palm, Palm instead of POM, and that's our current Central Marina Station on Palm Avenue. So it's very confusing. Palm is Presidio Monterey out on Fort Ord. That's a fire station on General Jim Moore, and then we have Palm Avenue, Central Marina. Okay, so short term, Marina Station is serviced by Palm Avenue Central Marina Station. And then at some point, we hope to go up near Del Monte and Beach for long-term coverage. Does our city manager know what phase that happens as far as Marina Station phase?
It kind of depends on what we do with the city facilities around here that what we do with the city hall type buildings, what we do with recreation. We've looked at different phase options of renovating the police facility into a recreation center and recreation facility, and there's a lot of reasons why we're looking at that. But if we move forward that would really push that second station forward. As the chief said, with our service studies, we really have identified the beach area, Beach and Del Monte area. That is really ideal. And the good part is, so for long term, we have our two sites that are going to last us through build out of the city. Potentially, we could be looking at 5 years from now or sooner. With our public safety impact fees, those pretty much would be dedicated towards that second fire station. And as we build that up and as we get closer, as the chief talked about, that's going to be more of a substation, and potentially that could be sooner than later.
All right. Jeff, did you have anything more as far as questions or comments?
No, I'm fine. Thanks.
Okay. Is anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else online like to raise their hand if you haven't spoken already? Give you another moment. Okay. We'll close public comment and come to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And don't go too far, Chief. I was wondering, can you sort of speak to the city's dependency on Palm and perhaps what it would look like when and if they relocate and we're not able to utilize their services anymore?
Yeah, we really depend on Palm a lot. Like I said, they're in the city still almost every day, even as a third engine. And they're first in onto a lot of where we have to cover at CSUMB and Palm, or the promontory, some of that areas. They're a great partner, and we wouldn't be able to provide the service without them. And and if we don't have the fire station built before they relocate, I'm hoping they don't ever go away. But I know that they're doing that development, and I know that they got the water I read, so they might have to relocate down the road. And so that's really going to impact our fire service, because we can't do it today. They're helping us out, but we still even with their help, we still have that big gap that we're not providing that proper service.
And do we know, are they required to give us a 60-day notice that they're moving? Or is there any sort of agreement like that to where the city would have ample notification when and if they relocate?
No, they don't have to do anything. It's all based on an automatic aid agreement, which, I think the automatic aid agreement says we do 30 days. if we need to change it or do something, but
Okay, great. And then sort of throughout the evening, we've been, hearing cuts, things that departments can cut. And obviously in the city's budget, the highest cost is personnel. Is it realistic or is it even feasible to say you could cut like $1 to $2 million a year in personnel or other cuts, and then over time save up for $16 million?
no, we are short two critical staff positions today. So we need two more firefighters today. We needed them, years ago, but so we cannot cut our personnel issue.
Perfect. So that's just a loud and clear message.
Yeah.
There's no one to cut.
There's no, we're still short staffed.
Perfect. Thank you. I apologize that you're short staffed and thank you for your answers. I'm still unclear where option 1 came from, and I'm hoping the city manager can maybe speak to this. So option 1 is construction of a new fire station with an approximate cost of 16 million. How was it decided? Was it the 1.5 million difference? How was it decided the fire station over the police station?
So I'll take ownership of that. At our last public meeting, when we discussed this issue, I floated the idea of just getting a fire station using a bond of 20 million. And so I think the city manager included that in tonight's staff report as an option. But I'll turn over to Lane and see if that's where it came from.
That's correct, but I may have messed up because I think the council overall gave direction on police and fire facility, and so that may have been my mistake.
Okay, I appreciate that because that is what I recall. I don't recall council direction about. I just was surprised to see this, so I appreciate clarifying that. Thank you.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was thinking about, it will be good to inform the public how we think we are going to finance a new fire station up in the north. And it seems that at the moment there's $1.3 million in the impact fees, the public safety impact fees. And at the moment, currently it's $1,064 per home. So times 200 homes for Sea Haven and the Dunes. So that only adds, 200 times 1,000 kind of, so 200, that would be 212,800. So after 5 years, there will be an extra million, but by far not enough to build a fire station. So do we have a plan? Do we have a policy that we will reserve money towards that?
We don't have that yet.
But we should be talking about that with our budget discussions.
This week,
yes,
it's a perfect time to have that discussion.
Yes, because we cannot go back to the public again and go for a bond in 3 or 4 years. This needs to be it, and so we do need to. We need to have a plan. So we'll discuss that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so that brings up a point that I wanted to ask about. What's the story? And you kind of alluded to this earlier. What's the story behind the impact fees? Why haven't we had the money to plan and build a fire station on Fort Ord with all the construction planned since 2005?
So I think from the last impact fee study in 2016, I think it was all based on the current station. In 2021 is when we completed the fire study, and that's really when it identified at that point that we really need that second station in the other area. And I think that's the first time, Chief, jump in, that we'd ever really said we need a second station in this location.
So why didn't impact fees grow large enough to afford a station that one could see that it would be needed? So in 2005, when we approved 300 acres of commercial and residential new development. When did the planning start for fire service?
I just really
You think it
don't.
might have been 2021?
I know for sure 2021
Okay.
that was we absolutely need a second station. We needed that location. Prior to that, I'm just not positive.
Yeah, it was definitely, when we did the fire study, but we did it in 2020. And then that gave us the data to prove we needed two engine companies and we needed to have two fire station, one in each, two engine companies, one engine company in each fire station. I can't speak to what happened in 2005 when they approved all that development.
All right.
My sense is because the city got grant money at the airport and they put that into renovating that station out there at the airport. And so prior to that, that may have been the plan is use that station out there, use Palm. But once we did the fire study, and even before the fire study, the chief had saying, we really need the study. We really need to look at that. And I know that previous to that, there had been discussions with Seaside about co-locating a station to get those costs down. And something was floated to the Seaside City Council, and it was killed at that point. They didn't have a desire, and that was before I was here. So I think there was some discussion, but I don't think there's ever a firm plan for that. And maybe the plan at that point was just the airport and the existing Palm station. But once we really did that fire study, we understood.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think the other thing too is they didn't really plan on it, wasn't in their plan because when I look back at some of the stats down to 2008, 2000, far back as I can go, they didn't run that many calls. And then it wasn't a fire department until 2007.
All right. So my next question is, if the planning was a little bit behind where we would have wanted it to be with hindsight, but in 2021, we had our plan, we need a station, wherever we need a station, the money wasn't even close. So can you explain why, even if we had a plan, we wouldn't have been able to afford it because we didn't have any money? So how is it that you can have an impact of hundreds of new homes and all that new big box commercial and no money to pay for augmentation of fire service? Can you explain how impact fees work?
Yeah, the impact fees are based on the actual impact caused by growth, and it takes some factors of your existing service level. So you can't charge impact fees even for new growth to enhance a level of service. So it takes your existing level of service and they build that into the calculation. And they also look at it only can be for the new growth. And so it's more complicated than just a simple thing, which is why we've had the firms to do that. I haven't done a deep dive at like the 2016 study really was an update of the 2011 study. And so I just haven't done a deep dive in those details, but I can tell you the study that is going on right now, we are doing a deep dive into those details. And not only for right now, but for long term to make sure that those impact fees are have the complete marina station development, all of these developments, future annexed areas.
So what would be your very quick answer to a citizen who says, you're asking me to pay for a new fire station. Why don't you have enough money to pay for it due to developer impact fees?
So I'd say, right now we're collecting the maximum that we can based on the impact fees studies that have been developed and have been approved.
Okay. All right. My last question is for our chief. Today, if Central Marina Station has a call and they go to Fort Ord Marina because they're closer than the airport, then the airport company either stays there or comes to Central Marina for, in case there's going to be a second call, an overlap call?
So we do move ups. We did a study of our response times and we have the most overlap calls. And we also did a call, if it's going to be over, if we expect the engine to be committed over 30 minutes. So basically, if they go just to medical aid, they don't do it because if they move up all the time, then we'll get their training. But if they're going to be committed for an extended time, then yes, we do move up. And I'd have to look at the policy, but it's right about 30 minutes because that's about the time. 15 minutes is when an engine typically committed to medical aid about, and the time to get there till they can go available. They might be there for a long time, but they'll be available. They go available to respond to the next call.
Okay.
And then they'll move up somewhere to California and reservations where they're trying to move up because that's kind of a centralized location.
They'll just hang out at that intersection.
Yeah. Sometimes if it's gonna be a lot longer, they'll come to the fire station because we have bathrooms. But that we don't want to discount the east side of the city,
Right. So reason I'm getting going here is because for people who live in northern Marina to think that they're not affected by our need for a new fire station, so they shouldn't pay for it. I'm trying to get at if the current fire station truck goes south to Fort Ord, then if I live in Koski or Cardoza Avenue or Melanie or Beach, the closest fire engine is at the airport. But with our new configuration, it's the Imgen Parkway engine that's going to go to Fort Ord, and the Central Marina's truck will be waiting in Central Marina closer to an overlapping call. Should one happen in Central Marina, they won't have to come from as far away as the airport or California Avenue. So it behooves people who live in Central Marina to help pay for a new fire station so that they get faster response times on the 30% of the time when we have overlapping calls.
Yes, and plus, there's a good portion of the city, Central Marina, is going to get a faster response time because that engine is going to not just go south. It's going to come to the closest call and probably right around almost right to here, or not to here, but maybe
$9
or something. It's going to be about the dividing line, and especially on the older side of Marina, that engine's going to go to the call first in.
Right.
So it's going to help a lot of Central Marina. It's going to help the whole city.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I. Final comments? Any final comments by anyone? Okay, so now our agenda is to provide direction regarding the options for constructing new facilities regarding the general bond in November. Councilmember Biala?
I have a question. So this is a study session. So we were planning on one more public hearing. Are we required to do that?
Yeah. If we want to put something on the ballot, it has to go on August 7th. So we don't need any meeting between now and August 7th. But what we have to decide on August 7th is the exact ballot language. And so direction tonight from the council would help our attorneys and Brian Quinn and our whole team on putting that ballot language together so it can be ready for the August 7th meeting.
Okay. Okay, I just didn't understand whether we're required to have another study session for the public, but we're not. Okay, because we've already done, this is the second one actually. Okay, all right, well, I will go ahead and see about a motion, if that's okay. So I'd like to move to specify the dollar amount of the general obligation bond of option 3 to be placed on the ballot. And let's see, the construction of a new fire and police station and a community center, including city council chambers, community rooms, recreation, and city offices, with an approximate total cost of $55 million to be funded from the $50 million general obligation bond.
I'll second that.
Okay. City Manager Lane Long.
Make one comment on that, and that was probably where he put city offices there. I would suggest that maybe we delete that. And that just gets back to ACA 1. There's not positive that for city offices that would qualify for the 55% threshold. And so if that does pass, if that's not in there, that would be better, I think, for the ballot measure.
Okay, so just omit and city offices and just say community rooms, recreation with an approximate total cost of 55 million. Okay, that's fine. Second hold?
Yes.
Okay. My comment is I'll be voting no, not because I don't think it's needed, but because I don't think it's realistic to be successful with that option. Okay, if no further comment, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. No. All right, thank you. That motion passes 3-1 with the mayor dissenting. And thank you. Sure. City Manager Lane Long.
If Brian Quint is still on, can you advise us, Brian? So we're going to bring this back on August 7th. What is the approval that is needed from the city council for a measure like this? Is it majority, 4/5, 4 to 5?
It's a 2/3 of the council.
So is it 2/3 of the 5, or if we only have 4, is it just 2/3 of who is here?
2/3 of voting.
So if 3 people show up, you need 2. If 5 people show up, you need 4. And if 4 people show up, you need 3. Something like that.
All of that's right.
Okay. What's that, Brian?
No, all of that's
What did
correct.
you say, Brian, at the end?
Correct. All
Okay.
correct.
All right. All right. Okay.
I think that's right, except in the council rules, I'm kind of winging it here, but it says 3 affirmative votes are required to enact an ordinance or to adopt a resolution or motion granting a franchise or authorizing the payment or expenditure of money or incurring of a debt. So I'm just wondering whether in your hypo where you have 3 present, if 2 may not be enough. And maybe, Brian, that's something that you and I should discuss before the meeting.
Is that because of the debt?
That would be my question. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I don't think we'd be approving any debt. We'd be approving
I
a
agree.
bond that could lead to a debt. But we're placing a bond on the ballot. We're not approving debt, I would
Okay.
say.
Is that,
But Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be my agreement. This is not, you're not incurring any money, anything at this time. You're not obligating any money of the council or the city, putting it on the ballot. So no, I don't think that would hold.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And likely we'll have all 5 of us, and then we'll need 4. Okay. All right. I think we can adjourn, but say thank you to everybody who stayed the length of the meeting, whoever commented. Thank you for those listening, and thank you to staff for all of your presentations and consultants. Thank you very much, Tyson. It was a really good meeting. Thanks, everybody.